May I ask why little brother Yang has come to Scarlet Wave Star at this time? Bing Long asked again. I just passed by accidentally. Do you know that Brilliant Flame Sect has been looking for you for nearly a year? I've heard. Why is Brilliant Flame Sect looking for you so fervently? After asking a few questions, Bing Long gradually became more straightforward. Yang Kai smiled lightly, took a sip from his teacup, shook his head and said, I don't know. You don't know? Bing Long laughed slightly, her voice suddenly becoming solemn. Then this queen will ask a different question. Has Green Mountain Star's Star Master Sir Luo Hai come to Scarlet Wave Star because of you? Since Senior already knows, why bother to ask? Bing Long was genuinely surprised and could not help asking again. Sir Luo Hai really came for you? She had guessed that this was the case before, seeing how Luo Hai arrived on Scarlet Wave Star, then went to Brilliant Flame Sect, after which Brilliant Flame Sect began looking all over for Yang Kai. All these events could not have happened by mere coincidence. So Bing Long naturally had her suspicions. However, guesses were just guesses, so after receiving confirmation from Yang Kai, Bing Long still felt surprised. What kind of character was Luo Hai? Even considering the entire star field, he ranked amongst the highest of masters. What could possibly be of such great interest for him to come to Scarlet Wave Star from Green Mountain Star for Yang Kai? Why? Bing Long asked again. Yang Kai shook his head and said in a serious tone, This junior cannot answer that question. If Senior wishes to know, she might as well ask Luo Hai himself. Bing Long flashed an even more surprised look hearing this answer. Yang Kai called Luo Hai directly by his name. There was not the slightest bit of respect in his voice at all. One had to know that towards a master like Luo Hai, regardless of whether someone was related to him or not, they needed to show a certain level of deference by addressing him as Sir or Senior. This was a type of etiquette which all cultivators had to display towards Origin Kings. Even Bing Long, as Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master, had to address Luo Hai as Sir. However, Yang Kai completely disregarded this convention. After recovering from her shock, Bing Long asked, Do you have some kind of enmity with Sir Luo Hai? I was chased by him all the way from Green Mountain Star to Scarlet Wave Star and nearly died several times in the process. Does Senior think I wouldn't have a grudge against him? Yang Kai sneered. Yang Kai did not attempt to conceal this fact because doing so was impossible to begin with. Bing Long and Ran Yun Ting were thoroughly dumbfounded this time as they stared at Yang Kai incredulously. After a long time, Bing Long wore a complicated look and said, Your luck is truly great. Even being able to escape from Sir Luo Hai's pursuit. She thought that Yang Kai being safe and sound now was all thanks to luck. If not, how could a mere second-order Origin returning Realm Junior survive under the pursuit of a second-order Origin King? What kind of grudge do you have with Sir Luo Hai? Explain in detail, Ran Yun Ting suddenly questioned. This was the first time she spoke since she arrived here, and her words were spoken in an almost commanding tone. This made Yang Kai frown as he secretly felt that as a guest, not a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, this kind of domineering and commanding tone was inappropriate. However, thinking that she was Su Yan's master, Yang Kai could not snap back rudely. So he simply said, Please forgive me, but I have no comment. Boy, have you not figured out your situation yet? This is pure Ice Island, and you have provoked a master like Sir Luo Hai. If you want to survive, you'd best cooperate with us obediently. Otherwise, no matter how smart you think you are, you won't be able to escape. Ran Yun Ting saw Yang Kai act so tactlessly and her face sank. Yang Kai turned to look at her and narrowed his eyes, faintly asking, Senior, are you threatening me? Ran Yun Ting's pretty face became even colder, and she was just about to say something more when Bing Long hurriedly preempted. Great Elder had no such intentions, but this matter is truly not trivial. This queen will not try to abuse her status and will address you as an equal. Yang Kai, although your aptitude is good, having offended a master like Sir Luo Hai, I'm afraid your future is worrying. I know. Yang Kai nodded nonchalantly. Since you know, this queen won't bother with any nonsense. My Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder is also an Origin King, and although she is not as powerful as Sir Luo Hai, her methods are profound, and she has some small friendship with Sir Luo Hai. If you can tell us your story in detail, it may be possible for this queen to request the Supreme Elder to come forward and say a few good words on your behalf to resolve this crisis. What do you think? Bing Long's sincerity and generosity reduced Yang Kai's anger slightly, but he still shook his head decisively and said, "Seniors need not trouble yourselves with this junior's affairs. Junior can take care of them by himself. You? What kind of skill do you possess to handle such a crisis?" Ran Yunting seemed to be particularly eager to see Yang Kai suffer and smiled sarcastically. "Boy, do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you never intended to say anything, why come to my Ice Heart Valley in the first place? Rather than me coming here, wasn't it Ice Heart Valley that was looking for me?" Yang Kai glanced over at Ran Yunting. Ran Yunting became angered at his flippant tone, and the Saint Chi in her body began welling up as she released a powerful shur to envelop Yang Kai, as if she was about to attack him. Bing Long's face changed slightly as she quickly interjected. "Yang Kai, since you don't want to say, then this queen and great elder won't force you. However, should you change your mind, please feel free to let one of the disciples here inform this queen, and this queen will surely ask Supreme Elder to come forward to help you resolve this matter. Many thanks, but Junior will have to decline Senior's kind intentions," Yang Kai said lightly. "In that case, please feel free to stay here a while. As for what happens next, we will discuss it when the time comes." Bing Long sighed and got up to leave. Ran Yunting glared at Yang Kai for a moment before letting off a cold snort and getting up as well. When she arrived at the door to the room, however, she suddenly turned around, glared at Yang Kai icily, and asked sternly, "Boy, don't think this elder doesn't know what you're plotting. I advise you to give up now. She will eventually fly from this tiny branch to become a phoenix. She is not someone a nothing like you can get involved with. Don't ruin her future." After saying so, Ran Yunting turned around and left without giving Yang Kai a chance to respond. Yang Kai stared at the door with indifference, watching her and Bing Long leave. However, listening to what Ran Yunting said, he understood that she knew about his relationship with Su Yan, which also explained why she was so hostile towards him. Realizing Ran Yunting was just trying to protect her precious disciple, Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed the anger in his heart. In all honesty, Su Yan having a master who cared so deeply for her future wasn't a bad thing, but Ran Yunting's attitude had still made Yang Kai very unhappy. "Junior sister, there's something wrong with you today." On the way back to the inner island, Bing Long looked at Ran Yunting thoughtfully. "Do you know something? Why did you speak so harshly to that Yang Kai? Almost like you knew him from somewhere before." "I don't know him." Ran Yunting shook her head, pondered for a moment, then let out a sigh. "Senior sister, I'll be honest with you. That Yang Kai and Su Yan know one another." "Oh? How do the two of them know each other?" Bing Long was surprised. "Remember how he said he was from Tongxian realm? Su Yan is also from that place. They used to have a senior sister-junior brother relationship and—" Bing Long frowned, vaguely becoming aware of something, and asked in surprise, "Could it be that they—" "And not only that, Su Yan is no longer a pure white jade." "What?" Bing Long's expression changed dramatically as she asked in shock. But hasn't Su Yan cultivated the ice jade secret art? That's strange. Why hasn't she received any backlash? Before she had not, but now she has. Su Yan's cultivation has regressed, and there is now a flaw in her mood, while her ice jade heart has become clouded. Ran Yunting grit her teeth as she said, "If my guess is correct, that little animal took the initiative to come to Pure Ice Island just to find Su Yan. Yesterday, I even discovered the two of them were communicating with a strange soul power." Bing Long's expression fluctuated rapidly as she murmured, "The two of them can communicate with each other using their souls, like a form of heart resonance? It seems that their relationship between them is quite extraordinary. If that is the case, though, is Su Yan's future really beyond redemption? No, there is a way to solve this problem." Ran Yunting's gaze became ruthless. Seeing her look, Bing Long also quickly realized her intentions and hurriedly shook her head. "You can't do this yet. Sir Luo Hai is here for him, and if he dies here now, there's no way our Ice Heart Valley can appease Sir Luo Hai, and this method is also not a guarantee. If it causes Su Yen to bear a grudge against you, it doesn't matter if she bears hatred towards me. Ran Yun Ting chuckled, with a hint of madness in her smile. Senior sister, I am not ashamed to admit that I have no hope of breaking through to the Origin King realm in my life, but Su Yen has such potential. Even if I cannot, she can. As long as she can reach such a height, what does it matter if she hates me? One day, she will understand that I did all of this for her own good. Junior sister, you? Bing Long looked at her and suddenly sighed, a look of sadness appearing on her face. If Ran Yun Ting was saying she had no hope of breaking through to the Origin King realm, what about her? Bing Long had remained at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning realm for countless years, hitting the bottleneck countless times, always failing, completely unable to grasp the mysteries of the Origin King realm. As Ran Yun Ting said, they would probably remain stuck at the threshold of the Origin King realm for their entire lives. Unless they encountered some kind of heaven-defying opportunity, they would have no chance of rising higher. Bing Long understood Ran Yun Ting's thoughts, but she also felt it was quite inappropriate to act on them. So she could only say, "Give me some time to consider this matter. Don't act rashly." I know. After walking forward for a while, the two separated. Ran Yun Ting walked straight to Su Yan's residence. She needed to speak frankly with her disciple and make her understand that only strength was eternal while love between men and women was a fleeting distraction not worth treasuring. Not long after, Ran Yun Ting arrived near her destination, where she saw her disciple speaking with the two guards outside Su Yan's ice room with a pleading expression. Upon closer inspection, Ran Yun Ting realized that this disciple was actually Xianxia, who came to Ice Heart Valley with Su Yan. Ran Yun Ting still had some impression of this disciple. After all, when she brought Su Yan back to Ice Heart Valley, Xianxia also followed. But since the latter's aptitude wasn't as good as Su Yan's, she had to remain on the outer island. Seeing Ran Yun Ting approach, Xianxia and the two women quickly stopped talking, turned around, and saluted respectfully. Disciple greets Great Elder. Ran Yun Ting gently nodded before sweeping her eyes across Xianxia's face indifferently. She didn't know if it was because she had just met with Yang Kai, but Ran Yun Ting suddenly realized that this outer island disciple was also from Tong Xian realm and seemed a bit unpleasant to the eye. Just thinking of Yang Kai's arrogant face made her feel irritated. What are you quarreling here for? Don't you all know that Su Yan is in retreat? Ran Yun Ting shouted. The eyes of the two female disciples responsible for guarding Su Yan flashed a trace of horror as they realized that Great Elder was in a very poor mood and immediately became anxious. The woman surnamed Zhou quickly glanced over at Xianxia and said in an aggrieved voice, "Reporting to Great Elder, this junior sister came here to see Su Yan. We stopped her, but she refused to back down. Great Elder, please understand. It's not that we wish to disturb Su Yan. It's all because this woman was being unreasonable." The other woman also chimed in. Ran Yun Ting's stern eyes fell on Xianxia and she said coldly, "If she refuses to withdraw, why did you not just force her to leave? Have both of you cultivated all these years in vain?" As soon as these words came out, Xianxia and the others all stared dumbfounded. None of them seemed to have thought their Great Elder would say such a thing. In Ice Heart Valley, although there were disputes and enmities between sisters, no one ever openly fought because of them. However, Great Elder's words just now were clearly implying they should have beaten Xianxia, weren't they? The woman surnamed Zhou was so shocked she was unable to even reply and just stood in place. Mute. What are you waiting for? Are you both deaf? Ran Yun Ting shouted again. The woman surnamed Zhou quickly understood that Great Elder was not cracking a joke, and feeling aggrieved in her heart at being reprimanded for no apparent reason, she nodded and yelled, "Yes, disciple will obey Great Elder's order." Saying so, she circulated her Saint Chi and pushed a palm out towards Xianxia. "Great Elder." Xianxia opened her mouth and called out, but after only a few words, her chest was struck by a fierce chi and her tender body flew out almost uncontrollably through the air, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood, staining her white dress red. Hong Long Long. Xianxia flew several dozen meters away before smashing into an ice wall and falling down distressingly. Her face was pale and bloodless as the wind was knocked out of her, making it difficult for her to even breathe, much less get up. She was a second-order Saint King, while the woman surnamed Zhou who hit her was a first-order Origin Realm cultivator. The gap between them was massive, so she was completely unable to resist. A single palm was all that was needed to injure Xianxia. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently as she turned to look at Ran Yunting in disbelief, still unable to understand why Great Elder had suddenly given such a ruthless command. Get out! If you dare set foot on the inner island in the future, this elder will expel you from Ice Heart Valley. Ran Yunting reprimanded coldly and without mercy. Xianxia! Su Yan's door suddenly opened, and she appeared anxiously and flew over towards Xianxia. Although she heard the dispute between Xianxia and the woman surnamed Zhou just now, because of Ran Yunting's orders, she had not dared to appear without permission and could only remain behind closed doors. But now, Xianxia had actually been injured, so she could no longer hold back. The two of them were both from Tongxian Realm and joined Ice Heart Valley together, becoming fellow sisters, so how could she just stand back and watch Xianxia being beaten? However, the moment she appeared, Ran Yunting waved her hand and forced Su Yan back. If you dare take one step forward, I'll kill her right now. Ran Yunting stood outside the ice room and stared at Su Yan's sad face with a cold expression. A trace of horror flashed across Su Yan's face as she stared at Ran Yunting in shock, opening her mouth to speak, but eventually decided to not act rashly here. Taking a deep breath and gritting her teeth as she said, "As this is Xianxia's first offense, disciple begs honored master not to punish her further." Ran Yunting nodded. "As long as you are obedient, I will not embarrass her." Su Yan grit her teeth, clenched her fists, and whispered softly, "Disciple will obey honored master's command." Ran Yunting showed a look of satisfaction. "Good! I came here to tell you that that boy has arrived on Pure Ice Island. Now, sever your emotional ties with him immediately to make up for the flaw in your mood, or this elder will do it for you." Su Yan's tender body trembled as she stared at Ran Yunting in horror, a pleading expression appearing on her beautiful face as she muttered, "Honored master." Severing her emotions was tantamount to cutting off her connection from Yang Kai, becoming complete strangers from then on. But if she allowed her honored master to act, there would only be one result: Yang Kai being killed. Neither option was something Su Yan could accept. It was simply worse than letting her die. "There is no third choice. I'll give you a few days to think about it. You can tell me then." Su Yan's beautiful eyes dimmed for an instant, as if they were covered by dark clouds, blocking all the light from her world, leaving her stunned and unable to move. By the time she recovered, Ran Yunting had already left and Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. Only the two senior sisters responsible for guarding her remained, smiling at her mockingly. These smiles angered her deeply. For the first time in more than 30 years, she felt like shaking off the shackles which were binding her and escaping from this place. It was undeniable that Ran Yunting had been very good to her. Ever since Su Yan came to Ice Heart Valley, Ran Yunting had taught her with complete devotion and provided her with an abundance of resources, allowing her to cultivate in the best environment possible. However, while teaching Su Yan without reservation, Ran Yunting was also chaining her. She had too many expectations of Su Yan and placed a great burden on her. It was not an exaggeration to say Ran Yunting placed all her hopes and dreams onto Sun Yan, but Su Yan was ultimately unable to live up to those expectations. The future of Ice Heart Valley, the mysteries of the Origin King Realm. Su Yan had heard Ran Yunting mention these concepts more than once. Before, she had not given it much thought. Since her honored master had given her such orders, all she needed to do was follow them. After all, without Ran Yunting, she, Xianxia, and Qian Hao might still be struggling to support themselves on Green Mountain Star. How could their lives be so worry-free? But now, Su Yan only felt exhausted. The arrival of Yang Kai gave her an object to rely on. She did not want to take on the future of Ice Heart Valley. She simply wanted to travel freely together with Yang Kai, enjoying all the sights and scenes of the wider world. She never had great ambitions. She simply wanted to lead a simple, enjoyable life. Outside Suyan's door, her two senior sisters continued snickering and sneering without reservation, seemingly in a very good mood. Suyan felt aggrieved but did not dare to raise a fuss, simply sitting down cross-legged without saying a word and waving her hand to close the door of her ice room. In his guest house on the outer island, Yang Kai turned to the Ice Heart Valley female disciple who was responsible for his daily life. This disciple was also an outer island disciple and only a first-order saint. She looked about 24 or 5 years of age, and although her appearance was not beautiful per se, she had a delicate and clean aura about her. The disciples of Pure Ice Island all cultivated ice attribute secret arts, so she had a faint chill about her as well. "Girl, do you know Xianxia?" Yang Kai asked while looking at her. "Senior sister Xianxia? I know her." The woman nodded and replied, smiling slightly as she said, "Our ice rooms are not very far apart, so we meet each other frequently. Does senior brother also know senior sister Xianxia? And can you take me to see her?" "You wish to go see senior sister Xianxia?" The woman was startled and frowned hesitantly. "I'm afraid I cannot agree to your request." "Why?" "The elders told me that senior brother may only rest here and cannot walk around without permission. Senior brother, you should know, our Ice Heart Valley only has female disciples and no men are allowed to even set foot into the sect. If you and I were to be seen walking around outside together." As she spoke, the young woman blushed. Never mind, forget it." Yang Kai smiled freely, not trying to insist, changing the subject, and chatting with the young woman a bit before turning around and walking back into his room. Seeing Yang Kai not try to make things difficult for her, the female disciple could not help breathing a sigh of relief, thinking that this person was quite easy to talk to. Returning to his room, Yang Kai wore a calm look that displayed neither happiness nor anger, but in his heart, he felt somewhat annoyed. Wasn't he essentially under house arrest? Moreover, it had been 3 days since Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master Binglong and Great Elder Ran Yunting jointly visited. For these 3 days, no one had come to see him, and even Xianxia had not shown up. This confused Yang Kai somewhat. It was fine if others did not come to see him, but why had Xianxia not visited? She knew why he had come to Ice Heart Valley this time, but now he was trapped in this small outer island ice house, unable to leave, much less see Suyan. Over the past 3 days, Suyan had not attempted to communicate with him again. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. So he quietly released his divine sense and found the disciple who was responsible for attending to him. Space Force surged beside Yang Kai, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared like a ghost. If it was someone else, they might have difficulty sneaking out from this place, but for Yang Kai, who cultivated the Tao of space, it was extremely easy. Without that female disciple noticing anything, Yang Kai appeared in a concealed spot a few kilometers away. Looking up at an ice peak more than a dozen kilometers away, Yang Kai's figure flickered again. As they were chatting just now, Yang Kai had subtly probed the young female disciple about the position of her cave mansion. Since she said that she lived close to Xianxia's cave mansion, it should be somewhere on this ice peak. Yang Kai just did not know where exactly. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived at the foot of the ice peak and concealed his aura. There were hundreds of cave mansions here excavated into this ice peak, with many people living in them. Just looking at this scene gave Yang Kai a headache. Release his divine sense to investigate, Yang Kai found that every cave mansion was protected by a barrier, and although with his divine sense's strength, it wouldn't be a problem breaking into these. Doing so would certainly lead to trouble. With no other choice, Yang Kai simply frowned and decided to wait quietly. Just as he was searching for some kind of clue, however, a group of Ice Heart Valley disciples suddenly arrived at the base of the ice peak. One of these 5 was a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, while the rest were Saint Kings. Although their cultivation was not very high, Yang Kai could feel that each of them was radiating a type of unvarnished hostility, a fact that caused him to frown. Generally speaking, this type of hostility should only be possessed by those who had short tempers and merciless personalities, but all of Ice Heart Valley's disciples cultivated ice attribute secret arts, which focused on maintaining pure, emotionless states, so how could such people be here? Not only that, these women all wore cold, grim expressions and gave off prickly auras that forced others to keep their distance. These women walked straight to the ice peak before arriving in front of a certain cave mansion. The lead woman looked around and asked, "Is this the place?" One of her subordinates immediately replied, "It's here." The lead woman nodded and suddenly yelled, "Outer Island Disciple Xianxia." This sound was not too loud, but it still spread out a great distance. When Yang Kai heard this, his expression immediately became pleased. This was nothing less than someone sending him a pillow when he was feeling sleepy. He was worried he would not be able to find Xianxia's cave mansion, but now, a group had shown up and called Xianxia out. However, this group of women seemed to have ill intentions. Yang Kai frowned slightly and did not immediately reveal himself, remaining hidden nearby, observing in secret. 3 breaths after the woman shouted. A thin barrier outside the cave mansion split open a gap, and from inside a woman wearing a white dress and possessing a solemn aura walked out. "Xianxia." Yang Kai raised his brow as he noticed something was wrong. Xianxia's aura was somewhat unsteady and her face was pale, as if she had recently suffered a serious injury. She was fine when they returned to Pure Ice Island a few days ago, so how could she have suddenly become injured? And looking at her, it was not because she made a mistake in her cultivation. On the contrary, it looked like she was beaten. Yang Kai was quite confused. On the other side, after Xianxia exited her cave mansion and saw the face and robes of the person who summoned her, she could not help becoming even paler. She seemed to recognize the leader of this group. "So, it is Senior Sister Bing Dai. Does Senior Sister have some matter to discuss with me?" Xianxia tried to keep her expression calm, but the trembling in her voice betrayed her inner tension. By now, many Ice Heart Valley disciples who lived on this ice peak had been alarmed by Bing Dai's shout and came out to see what was happening. After seeing this scene, though, many showed looks of fear. "It's Senior Sister Bing Dai of the Law Enforcement Hall. How could she be here? And why is she looking for Junior Sister Xianxia? This is bad. Junior Sister Xianxia must have made some kind of terrible mistake, right? Why else would this disaster have appeared? Impossible. Xianxia has always fulfilled her duties to the sect diligently, and even seems to have earned great merit recently. How could she have committed a mistake? That may not be so. I heard a senior sister from the inner island say that somehow, a few days ago, Junior Sister Xianxia deeply angered Great Elder. I also heard about that. It seems that a senior sister named Zhou Yunxian also injured her at that time. Impossible. Junior Sister Xianxia has an exceptionally good relationship with Su Yan. With Su Yan backing her, who would dare beat her? In short order, and one after another, every single disciple on this ice peak came out from their cave mansions and began standing around watching from afar. Even with all the whispers going around her, the lead woman named Bing Dai remained unmoved, simply staring at Xianxia indifferently for a moment before shouting in a low tone. "Xianxia, as an Ice Heart Valley disciple who has received much care from the sect, not only do you not understand how to show gratitude, you actually dared colluded with outsiders to shake the foundation of my Ice Heart Valley. By order of the Elder Council, Xianxia, we are to have your cultivation crippled and from today forward, expelled from Ice Heart Valley. You are to never set foot on Pure Ice Island again." Bing Dai's few words stirred up an uproar from the crowd, with all the onlooking disciples calling out in shock. Many women covered their mouths with their hands as they directed looks of disbelief and sympathy towards Xianxia. Having one's cultivation crippled and being expelled from Ice Heart Valley was the harshest punishment the sect could make. This was a fate even worse than outright executing a person. Death ended everything in an instant, but if one was crippled and then expelled from Ice Heart Valley, that person would carry an inescapable trauma for the rest of their life, a stain that could never be erased. Xianxia's tender body trembled as her eyes filled with horror, and her already pale face turned pure white. Shivering violently, she called out haltingly, "Senior Sister Bing Dai, what is this all about?" Collaborating with outsiders to shake the foundation of Ice Heart Valley was no casual charge. Since Xianxia had entered Ice Heart Valley, she had never done anything to endanger the sect, and some time ago, because she had found Yang Kai and brought him back to Pure Ice Island, she even earned the Valley Master's praise. So how could she suddenly fall into this situation? Bing Dai's sudden visit and announcement was a shock too great for her to immediately accept. What your sin is, you know in your heart. Bing Dai glared at Xianxia indifferently, not showing any intention to explain. Are you going to cripple yourself, or do you want senior sister to do it? Let me say this first, if you do it yourself, things will be easier, but if you force senior sister to take action, you won't be spared any pain. Senior sister Bing Dai. Xianxia grit her teeth and a fierce light of resistance appeared in her horrified eyes. Junior sister has never done anything to endanger the sect, and has never colluded with outsiders to shake the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. Junior sister refuses to accept such charges without knowing their basis. I want to see the elders or Valley Master. Xianxia naturally would not just stand by and accept being accused of such a great crime. However, after some quick thinking, she had a vague guess as to why this was happening. The so-called collusion with outsiders she had committed was nothing more than her contacting Yang Kai. Yang Kai had come to Pure Ice Island because of her. As for shaking the foundation of Ice Heart Valley, to put it simply, this was probably related to Su Yan's cultivation. Su Yan had always been regarded by Ran Yunting as the future pillar of Ice Heart Valley, so bringing about a negative consequence to her cultivation was akin to shaking the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. However, looking at it from a different perspective, this action probably had a completely different purpose. The law enforcement hall was most likely dispatched here because it received some kind of order from Ran Yunting. You may not see any of the elders or the Valley Master. Today, the decision rests solely with me. I will give you 10 breaths to think it over carefully. Bing Dai remained unmoved as she continued to stare at Xianxia coldly. All blood drained from Xianxia's face as she felt her heart breaking in two. She was nothing more than a second-order Saint King. How could she resist the will of the law enforcement hall? If she really tried to resist, today, this place would become where her bones were buried. Xianxia had heard about the methods used by the senior sisters of the law enforcement hall. Xianxia smiled mirthlessly as a cold wind blew past her, but it was her heart that truly felt cold. When she had first entered Ice Heart Valley, she was still filled with joy as she secretly thanked the heavens she had met Ran Yunting, such a noble character, at the most difficult time in her life. After entering the sect, she had been scrupulously about fulfilling her duties and responsibilities as a disciple, never once disobeying an order from the sect. She never relied on Su Yan's identity and status to seek some kind of advantage for herself, even though she was more than capable of doing so. She wanted to rely on her own efforts and step by step, strengthen herself, not so she could stand on the same level as Su Yan, but at least to the point where she wouldn't disgrace herself. No matter what, the two of them had both come from the same homeland and joined Ice Heart Valley at the same time. But now Su Yan's cultivation was soaring. So, if Xianxia fell too far behind, others would only make irresponsible comments behind her back. A few days ago, Ran Yunting had reprimanded her mercilessly and she had been injured by a senior sister named Zhou Yunxian. But even so, Xianxia did not utter any complaints and simply returned to the outer island to enter retreat. She knew that her actions at the time were indeed a bit reckless and not someone else's fault. But today, the charges leveled against her by Bing Dai were like a bolt of lightning striking her, leaving her completely disheartened. Great Elder intended to kill her ruthlessly. She was just a small outer island disciple with no status to speak of. But just because she was an acquaintance with Yang Kai, Great Elder wasn't willing to forgive her? Moreover, she was being accused of such heinous crimes. Colluding with outsiders, shaking Ice Heart Valley's foundation. Xianxia's beautiful eyes gradually dimmed, and the look of resistance in her eyes gradually disappeared. You have 3 breaths left, Bing Dai said coldly. Xianxia brushed her hair back behind her ear, elegantly bowed to Bing Dai, and said softly, Senior Sister Bing Dai, Junior Sister has a request she must trouble you with. Bing Dai frowned slightly for a moment before nodding. Speak. Please do not let Su Yan know about today's affairs. If she asks about me in the future, tell her that I have simply gone out for life experience. Don't concern yourself with Su Yan. Great Elder will give her an explanation. Bing Dai sneered. Did you think you could survive by mentioning Su Yan's name? The law enforcement hall treats all impartially, even Su Yan. Nothing you say will stop what happens here today. She apparently thought that Xianxia had ulterior motives and was trying to use Su Yan's status to make them back down. Junior sister had no such intentions. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Your time is up, your decision. Bing Dai issued an ultimatum. Senior sister, please. Xianxia slowly closed her eyes. Reaching her current cultivation was a long and tortuous path. So Xianxia did not have the heart to simply destroy it all herself. As you wish. A cold light flashed across Bing Dai's eyes as she lifted her palm and pressed it towards Xianxia. A blast of ice-cold energy flew out from the palm of her hand. One that contained great destructive power. Exclamations sounded all around as countless Ice Heart Valley disciples watched. Many people frowned secretly and showed reluctant expressions on their faces. Their strength was not weak, so they could naturally tell that Bing Dai's palm wasn't meant to simply cripple Xianxia's cultivation. It was intended to kill her. Even if Xianxia managed to survive somehow, she would be seriously wounded, and may even be worse off than an ordinary mortal in the future, unable to take care of herself. Sighing to themselves, many turned their heads, unwilling to witness such a cruel scene. Bing Dai's eyes were frigid, seemingly containing no emotions a normal person should, only coldness. Suddenly, Bing Dai exclaimed, just as her palm was about to hit Xianxia. In a flash, a new figure appeared in front of her. This figure lifted his hand carelessly and seemingly lightly pushed it out. In the next moment, Bing Dai's beautiful face paled as she felt a terrifying force fly towards her. One that not only scattered her attack, but also shattered the Saint Chi defense around her body. Like a paper kite with a broken thread, Bing Dai was sent through the air as she coughed up blood without any ability to resist. With a thud, Bing Dai landed heavily on the snow and slid back a few dozen meters before finally coming to a stop. Everything happened so suddenly that no one was able to react. It wasn't until 3 breaths after Bing Dai had been hit that one of the disciples from the law enforcement hall recovered and shouted, "Who goes there?" At that moment, she turned to look at Yang Kai, but after seeing the face of the person who took action, she couldn't help staring blankly. A man? Since when did our pure ice island allow men to enter? Where did this man come from? He forced senior sister Bing Dai back and wounded her with a single palm. Hey! Isn't he the one we were ordered to look for some time ago? So we've already found him. No wonder the elders recalled us. The spectating female disciples from Ice Heart Valley behaved as if they were seeing an unexpected and novel creature as they stared at Yang Kai strangely. After discovering that he was the person they and their sisters had been searching for an entire year, they suddenly became excited. All of them had worked hard outside the sect for a year just to find a trace of Yang Kai. So now seeing him in the flesh, many couldn't help wondering what was so special about him that Ice Heart Valley was willing to sacrifice so many disciples and resources to find him. However, no matter how they looked, they couldn't see any clues, only that Yang Kai seemed to be a little annoyed at the moment. His face extremely cold as he stood in front of Xianxia like a towering mountain, blocking all winds and rain. Such a scene made the disciples of Ice Heart Valley frown and speculate about the relationship between Yang Kai and Xianxia. The pain she was anticipating did not come, and instead, only Bing Dai's muffled cries rang in her ears, causing Xianxia to open her eyes suspiciously only to find herself staring at Yang Kai's back. "What are you doing here?" Xianxia asked in astonishment. "I came over to talk to you, but I didn't expect to encounter such a sight." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her with concern. "Are you okay?" Xianxia shook her head and smiled bitterly. "It's nothing serious." "Who hurt you?" Xianxia bit her red lips and refused to speak. Yang Kai sighed slightly, took out a jade bottle from his space ring, and handed it over. "Take this and heal your injuries." Xianxia reached out and accepted it, thanking him politely but not taking the pill inside right away. Instead, she turned her attention to Bing Dai, who was lying not far away with a complex expression. After receiving Yang Kai's palm, Bing Dai looked extremely embarrassed, but she was not actually injured seriously. This was a result of Yang Kai holding back. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could have easily killed her with that blow. This was Ice Heart Valley, after all, Su Yan's sect, so Yang Kai doesn't want too much of a fuss. Hearing the conversation between Yang Kai and Xianxia, Bing Dai's cold face showed a hideous expression as she leapt up and wiped the blood from the corner of her as she sneered, "Heal? She will not have a chance." Openly resisting the orders of an elder, injuring a law enforcement hall disciples, Outer Island disciple Xianxia, "Today you must die." Xianxia's tender body trembled as she clenched both her fists so tightly they began to bleed. Yang Kai glanced over at Bing Dai, his eyes as cold as a knife and a callous look upon his face. "I'm the one who hurt you. So what crime has Xianxia committed? You won't escape either. No matter what your origins are, since you dared act presumptuously in Pure Ice Island, you will not leave here alive. As for Xianxia, she must die. Not only has she colluded with outsiders, but she even brought a man into Pure Ice Island, corrupting the moral purity of my Ice Heart Valley. A male bastard and his female bitch sneaking into my Ice Heart Valley. What wicked scheme are you plotting?" Xianxia's body shivered and her face paled as she stared at Bing Dai, saying in a trembling voice, "Senior Sister Bing Dai, I cannot let that pass. There is no such relationship between Yang Kai and me, and I have never done anything to corrupt the morals or shame the reputation Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai is here only because—" "Silence! You have no right to speak here." Bing Dai ground her teeth as she glared at Xianxia, not allowing her to explain anything and snickering as she continued. "You are calling him so intimately. How dare you say you have no relationship with him?" At this time, many of the spectating Ice Heart Valley disciples showed strange expressions. Although Yang Kai and Xianxia did not exchange more than a few words, anyone could infer from their attitude and tone that the relationship between the two wasn't shallow. At the very least, they were clearly familiar with one another. Could there really be some untoward secret between them? Xianxia wore a saddened look as she pined. "Senior sister, you may beat or even kill me, but you may not insult me." Since entering Ice Heart Valley, Xianxia has never done anything to shame the sect. Moreover, this matter was also related to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was Su Yan's man, so no matter how muddled Xianxia became, she couldn't have any kind of intimate relationship with him. "You haven't done anything?" Bing Dai looked at her viciously. "Instigating this man to sneak attack me is not a disgrace to the sect? I did no such thing." Xianxia retorted anxiously. "Pure sophistry," Bing Dai snapped. "If it weren't for your instigation, how could he appear here so timely?" Xianxia opened her mouth but was unable to respond. There's truly no lack of charges with which to falsely incriminate someone. Yang Kai's face suddenly showed a look of disappointment. "Xianxia, since there is no longer any place for you here, you need not remain." After saying so, he sighed and seemingly muttered to himself, "I thought that Su Yan would be well taken care of here, but now it seems that it is time to take her away. Staying in this filthy place will only tarnish her pure soul." Su Yan? This man actually knew Su Yan? And did he just say that he wanted to take Su Yan away? Was he sleep-talking? Men were all indeed unreasonable animals. Many women looked at Yang Kai oddly, wondering if he was another poor fool who had been captivated by Su Yan's charm. Since Su Yan entered the sect, although she had only gone out a few times, her reputation had spread across Scarlet Wavestar, and even characters like Wei Feng, the son of Brilliant Flamesect's sect master, had never been able to forget her, let alone others. Over the years, countless people from various great forces had come to Ice Heart Valley, hoping to let their young geniuses marry Su Yan. Among them were some talented rising stars with exceptional aptitude, but without exception, all were rejected by Ice Heart Valley. Su Yan was the future hope of Ice Heart Valley. How could she be allowed to marry out of the sect? Rumors had it that even the Supreme Elder had high hopes for Su Yan, and would even teach Su Yan personally on occasion over the past few decades. This was a great honor. In Ice Heart Valley, only the Valley Master and Great Elder were eligible to meet the Supreme Elder. No one else was qualified. Su Yan was like a phoenix resting on a branch. Compared to her, all men on Scarlet Wavestar were like insects crawling on the ground. No one was worthy of her. Yang Kai suddenly making such a remake immediately sparked many misunderstandings among the women from Ice Heart Valley. They thought Yang Kai was like Wei Feng, enamored with Su Yan but unable to obtain her and forced to pine for her from a distance. "You take Su Yan away?" Bing Dai's eyes flashed with anger as she shouted. Only if you live past today can you continue spewing such nonsense. Ice Heart Valley disciples, obey my orders. Kill Xianxia and this shameless man. Their deaths will serve as a warning to others who would dare infringe upon our sect. As soon as Bing Dai's voice fell, the law enforcement hall disciples who had followed her immediately rushed towards Xianxia fearlessly. It was not that they hadn't seen the methods Xianxia used to deal with Bing Dai before, but the law enforcement hall's orders were absolute. As for the disciples who were watching nearby, many chose to remain on sidelines while a few, due to the majesty of the law enforcement hall's reputation, secretly began condensing their Saint Chi as they stared at Xianxia. They did not want to attack Xianxia, but they didn't have any problem dealing with a male stranger like Xianxia. Ice attribute Saint Chi surging in all directions, causing the already extremely cold ice peak to become more frigid, the air itself seemingly freezing. The law enforcement hall disciples who had rushed forward first, however, only got to within 5 meters of Xianxia before being thrown backwards and falling to the snowy ground one by one, their faces pale, unable to stand up. As for the outer island disciples who attacked Xianxia, they too were forced backwards, their complexions turning pale as they stared at Xianxia in shock, none of them daring to act rashly again. No one saw how Xianxia attacked just now, but the results of this brief conflict made them deeply understand just how massive the gap was between them. Xianxia, don't overdo it. Xianxia was shocked. She had not expected that on Pure Ice Island, Xianxia would dare attack so many Ice Heart Valley disciples. A moment ago he acted to save her, but now he had actually displayed open hostility. Although he did not kill anyone, from the looks of the law enforcement hall disciples, it was obvious that their injuries were serious. She did not care about the life or death of these people, of course. After experiencing this event, Xianxia's sense of identity and belonging to Ice Heart Valley had disappeared. She just wanted to leave here quickly. What she was worried about was Xianxia taking things too far and forcing Ice Heart Valley's true masters to act. At that time, even if Xianxia had astonishing abilities, he would not be able to escape here easily. Bing Dai stood on the spot, staring at the scene in front of her for a moment before suddenly smiling. But this smile was like that of a poisonous viper, one who had their prey right where they wanted. Good, good, good. This time, no matter who you are, you will die today. Xianxia simply looked at her with narrowed eyes and calmly said, You think I can't see through this little charade of yours? The smile on Bing Dai's face suddenly became somewhat stiff. Why continue to conceal yourself? Come out. Your Excellency has watched long enough, right? Xianxia said as he suddenly waved his hand towards a spot in the sky, releasing a palm. With a loud bang, this palm was intercepted and dispersed by some kind of invisible force. But in the spot where there was once nothing, a figure strangely appeared. Countless outer island disciples looked up and suddenly shouted in shock, Great Elder! Disciple greets Great Elder. Everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly saluted with respect. The figure that appeared was none other than Ice Heart Valley's Great Elder. Ran Yun Ting is dressed in a lavender dress that gave her a noble appearance, and her quiet aura was deep and profound. However, at this moment, she was staring towards Xianxia with some slight surprise. She had not expected Xianxia to have discovered her existence so quickly. She had thought everything was proceeding smoothly and secretly. As expected. It's you. Xianxia snorted lightly. Ran Yun Ting returned the gesture as she looked down at Xianxia condescendingly, as if overlooking an ant. It seems you very much want my life. A sarcastic smile appeared on Xianxia's face. It must have taken a great deal of effort to set up this situation to force me out, right? When he sensed that Ran Yun Ting was nearby, Xianxia immediately knew that this situation was no accident but was instead a carefully laid trap. Today, whether he had come to seek out Xianxia or not, he would have been drawn over. That was why Bing Dai had deliberately shouted after arriving in front of Xianxia's cave mansion, to ensure Xianxia was alarmed in his housing nearby. As long as he took notice of Bing Dai's intentions, Xianxia would act. It was just that no one had thought that Xianxia would happen to be nearby already, repeatedly making things difficult for Xianxia, accusing her of such great crimes, and even using a heavy hand when attacking her. were all just ploys to force Yang Kai into fighting back. At the very end, Bing Dai even ignored the safety of her fellow law enforcement hall disciples and ordered them to kill Yang Kai just to provoke a response from him. Everything was an act to achieve this objective. And the person behind this plot was undoubtedly Ran Yun Ting. As Ice Heart Valley's great elder, holding the powers she did, manipulating the law enforcement hall to act was a minor matter. Xianxia is just an innocent pawn, while Ran Yun Ting's ultimate goal was Yang Kai. Great elder. Xianxia looked towards the aloof Ran Yun Ting. Ungrateful thing, you're not qualified to speak to me. Ran Yun Ting glanced over at Xianxia coldly, and with a wave of her hand sent out an icy blast towards her. Xianxia simply stood in place, unable to react. Yang Kai once again appeared in front of her though and sent out a punch of his own. Demonic flame burst out and the black flames impacted the icy blast, the two forces mutually destroying one another, creating an intense explosion of hot and cold energy that even warped the surrounding space. Ran Yun Ting raised her brow as she finally gave Yang Kai a serious look, secretly shocked by his strength. Although she hadn't unleashed her full strength in the blow just now and seemed to only be casually waving her hand, she had still used a third of her power, but Yang Kai had resolved her attack with an equally casual one. It is obvious that he has power to spare. Originally, I didn't quite believe you had truly killed Jiangxi and Yan Qi Lei with your ability alone, but now it seems to be true. Not bad indeed. Ran Yun Ting nodded slightly, not changing countenance much even after witnessing Yang Kai's prowess, simply offering a few light words of praise. However, that's all there is to you. Since you have injured my Ice Heart Valley's disciples on my Pure Ice Island, not putting my Ice Heart Valley in your eyes, you will definitely die today. Ran Yun Ting's eyes suddenly became cold and without any emotion declared to Yang Kai, "It is your honor to die at this elder's hands." On the ice peak, countless female disciples' tender bodies trembled as they stared at Ran Yun Ting in shock. Great Elder was going to take action personally? What was the origin of this young man? The sect searched for him so hard before, yet the Great Elder wanted to kill him now? What kind of unknown story had taken place without their knowing? Everyone was at a loss, wondering what was going on. However, it seemed that Great Elder had not truly fought for some time. It was rumored that the last time she engaged in a real battle was 10 years ago, but no one witnessed that fight with their own eyes and only knew that her opponent had become an ice sculpture. Now, Great Elder wanted to kill this young man here on Pure Ice Island. At that moment, the countless Ice Heart Valley disciples were eagerly looking forward to seeing the great power of their Great Elder. Many people responded with sympathetic glances towards Yang Kai, secretly thinking that since this young man had provoked Great Elder, he would be buried on Pure Ice Island today. Before everyone's eyes, Yang Kai's cold and angry expression suddenly became calm. This strange change made everyone's heart jump as they felt a vague sense of unease. Immediately, Yang Kai turned to Ran Yun Ting and bowed slightly. He actually bowed. Everyone's eyes bulged in shock. All the disciples of Ice Heart Valley did not understand what Yang Kai was trying to do, actually bowing to their Great Elder when facing her murderous intent. Was he scared? Did this man know that he was not Great Elder's opponent, so he wanted to compromise to survive? Bing Dai to the side couldn't help snickering as she stared at Yang Kai mockingly. She despised this type of gutless man who bullied the weak but feared the strong the most. And this man wanted to capture Su Yan's heart? What utter nonsense. It's too late to admit your mistakes now. Ran Yun Ting still stood aloof, her expression unchanged as her tone remained cold and indifferent. You should know in your heart why this elder wants to kill you. If you really understand, if you want what is best for her, you should commit suicide here and now. This elder would prefer to not stain her hands with your blood. After all, I will see her often in the future. As if she was giving Yang Kai a final benevolent gift, Ran Yun Ting stood in place and waited quietly, allowing Yang Kai to decide how he would die himself. Yang Kai, however, just smiled back at her, his face still calm as he gently shook his head and declared, "I did nothing wrong." Ran Yun Ting's expression instantly turned grim. Things have already gotten to this point yet. You still insist on remaining stubborn? She is not someone the likes of you can match. She is going to reach the peak of the martial Tao. In the future, you will only be able to look up to her as she gets further and further away. Rather than suffering in the future, it is best for both of you if you disappear now. If you do this for her, she may still remember you for the rest of her life. Only those who can endure unending loneliness and solitude can achieve true greatness. Do you still not understand what lies ahead if you continue on this path? It is you who are blind to the future. Yang Kai looked at Ran Yun Ting lightly. I bow to you today to thank you for teaching and caring for her over the years. But after this point, you and I will be enemies. If you insist on killing me still, you must prepare yourself to die by my hand as well. Ran Yun Ting's pair of phoenix eyes flashed with murderous intent, making all who were watching her cower. Fearful, all the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley were unable to help turning their gazes away. Yang Kai remained indifferent though, his eyes still staring into hers without flinching in the slightest. As for whether I can match her, that is not for you to decide. Who says ascending to the peak of the martial Tao is a path one must walk alone? I will reach that supreme summit hand in hand with her. Ignorant child, any more talk is useless. Surrender your life. Ran Yun Ting seemed to be irritated by Yang Kai's wild words and refused to listen to any more of his nonsense. Stretching out her hand, she created a vortex that drew in all the ice attribute energy from the surrounding 10 kilometers and used her Saint Chi to condense a several dozen meter long, tens of meters thick ice lance. At first glance, this ice lance looked more like an inverted ice peak, imposing and majestic. The onlooking disciples all exclaimed in shock as they stared at this scene in amazement. The great elder's might was earth-shaking, making all them stare at her with eyes filled with worship and yearning. All of them could not help wondering when they too would be able to stand at the same height as their great elder. However, most of them knew that this was nothing but an unrealistic fantasy. In the sect, aside from a select few like Su Yan, none had the potential to reach this level. All of them were destined to be the foils for these geniuses. Many thoughts passed through the minds of these female disciples as they used their movement skills to withdraw. None of them dared to remain in place as a fight on the great elder's level would surely wreak terrifying destruction. If they stayed so close, they would likely get caught up in the fallout. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and sent Xianxia a few kilometers away with a wave before he leapt up and charged towards the small ice mountain without any trace of fear. Ran Yun Ting narrowed her eyes and formed a seal with both her hands as she exhaled a white mist that poured it into the ice lance. In a flash of light, the ice lance began radiating an even more intense destructive aura as she sent it flying forward. Dark flames burned on Yang Kai's two fists as he pushed his Saint Chi to the limit before he swung them wildly towards the ice lance. Hong hong hong. A thunderous noise rang out as the ice lance was being broken apart inch by inch. Yang Kai was like a fierce beast swimming against the raging current, and wherever he went, chunks of ice were sent flying. He moved with unstoppable momentum, blasting the ice lance to pieces as easily as if it were rotting wood before directly arriving in front of Ran Yun Ting. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. I respected you as Su Yan's master, and did not want to embarrass you. But since you insist on killing me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Kai's voice was ice-cold as he stood just 10 meters away from Ran Yun Ting and once again sent out a punch. An astonishing Saint Chi accompanied this fist, and the surrounding space seemed to distort as the area around Ran Yun Ting began filling with tiny, flickering void cracks. Ice Heart Valley's great elder was so shocked that she could not help crying out. At this moment, she had the illusion that her life was hanging by a thread, and that if she did not exert her full strength immediately, she would undoubtedly die. In truth, Ran Yun Ting had never paid any attention to Yang Kai. Although she had learned from 13th Elder Yu Xueqing that Yang Kai killed Jiang Shi and Yan Qilei, Ran Yun Ting hadn't seen this with her own eyes and simply felt that even if Yang Kai was a rising star, able to fight opponents above his realm, he couldn't be her opponent. She was a character who achieved fame a long time ago and was at the very peak of the Third Order Origin returning realm, possessing strength second only to an Origin King. But the instant their battle truly began, she felt tremendous pressure from Yang Kai. This young man was like an extremely sharp sword that had been released from its sheath. His strength and momentum seemingly even more powerful than her own. Breaking out into a cold sweat, Ran Yun Ting's complexion changed drastically as she madly pushed her strength. Snow filled the surrounding 1,000-meter radius around her, and the temperature in this range plummeted. Each tiny snowflake in this region seemed to contain a mysterious power. This was Ran Yun Ting's Shi, and in its range, she became the one and only master. The falling snow became her strongest weapon, capable of killing any enemy which it enveloped. Even the wandering void cracks froze over. Staring at Yang Kai coldly, her murderous intent rose to even greater heights. She commanded the falling snow with her mind to swiftly engulf Yang Kai. Boy, your courage is commendable but ultimately useless. Repent for your sins in the netherworld, and if you are fortunate enough to have a next life, learn well that toads may not eat swan meat. There are some people you cannot afford to seek friendship with. Ran Yun Ting madly urged her Shi as she shouted. Her understanding of the martial Tao and heavenly way was infused into each of these tiny crystal snowflakes, and her Shi had already reached the grand accomplishment stage, only one step away from reaching domain, making her all but invincible among Origin Realm masters. Yang Kai's body was swiftly covered with snowflakes. His aura then suddenly fell, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, frost spread across his exposed skin, freezing it in an instant. More snowflakes gathered towards Yang Kai. It seemed that all the icy cold in the surrounding worlds was pouring into Yang Kai's body. After a mere 2 breaths, Yang Kai was frozen into an ice sculpture, still maintaining the posture of punching out. His eyes furious, standing mid-air as even his black hair swept backwards motionlessly. He was like a work of art crafted by a grandmaster. A few kilometers away, Xianxia, who had just managed to regain her balance, raised her head and after seeing this scene, panicked and suddenly called out in alarm, "Yang Kai!" Her voice was full of sadness. Yang Kai had lost to the Great Elder. Was their strength too far apart? But if he were to die here, what would happen to Su Yan? Xianxia hardly dared to think about it anymore, and for a moment, she froze in place, her thoughts descending into chaos. At this moment, she felt she would rather have been killed by Bing Dai just now rather than witness Yang Kai fall here because of her. Kill this traitor. Ran Yun Ting looked at Xianxia from a distance and indifferently gave orders to Bing Dai, her eyes filled with disgust. After issuing this decree, she turned away from Xianxia in disdain. It seemed, to her, Xianxia's life or death was of no importance at all. As long as she could make up for the flaws in Su Yan's state of mind, she was willing to kill anyone even remotely related to her. Bing Dai had been injured by Yang Kai just now, but it was nothing serious, so after quickly adjusting her breathing, she rushed towards Xianxia without hesitation. Her eyes were cold as her Saint Chi surged, and an icy aura pulsed from the figure as she stared at Xianxia with extreme indifference. "Let's see who will save you this time." As she spoke, she arrived a dozen meters in front of Xianxia and sent out a palm. Xianxia didn't move as she wasn't even paying any attention to Bing Dai's attack, just staring blankly towards the frozen Yang Kai, as if it was the only thing she was able to see. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and misery. She had given up completely. Since Yang Kai had died at the hands of Great Elder, Xianxia no longer dared to face Su Yan ever again. Perhaps it would not be so bad dying her together with Yang Kai, as on the road to the Yellow Springs, at least he would have good company. Facing Bing Dai's killing blow, Xianxia slowly closed her eyes, preparing herself for death. Bing Dai did not stop just because she had given up resisting. To her, the Great Elder's orders were absolute. The Ice Heart Valley disciples watching all exclaimed, none of them thinking that, after so many twists and turns, this situation would still end in the death of Xianxia and that man. Many people wore dispirited and regretful looks. Suddenly, from the ice and snow below, a small head appeared in front of Xianxia. This small head was sharp and angular, like it was carved from stone, but the 2 black, bean-like eyeballs on it were extremely energetic and flickered with intelligence. Immediately, this little head popped out of the ground, like a radish being plucked from the earth, revealing its entire figure. Now, in front of Xianxia, there was a strange creature less than a meter tall. This creature had no aura, something all living creatures should possess. But from its flexible movements and smart eyes, it clearly had its own wisdom and spirituality. It was like a small stone puppet. This is... Bing Dai frowned as she stared suspiciously at the stone puppet that suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia, her head unable to catch up with this sudden change. Then she saw an incredible scene. This tiny stone puppet jumped out to block her path to Xianxia and swung its slightly gangly arm, clenching a fist that it used to meet Bing Dai's attack. There were still no energy fluctuations from this fist, but when the stone puppet punched out, Bing Dai's own condensed ice attribute palm shattered. In the next instant, a force that was so intense that it caused Bing Dai to feel desperate surge towards her. Overwhelming power shatters all. Only when the difference in power was massive could all attributes be ignored and destroyed. Bing Dai was shocked. With a horrible cry, she flew out again, and this time her injuries were obviously heavier than when Xianxia had acted just now. After falling to the ground, she immediately fell unconscious, her life or death uncertain. Countless people also heard the clear sounds of her arm bones breaking. See, gasps sounded from all directions. Bing Dai was an inner island disciple and a member of the Law Enforcement Hall, a cultivator at the First Order Origin Returning Realm. So, what was this strange creature which had suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia? With just a casual punch, it had actually beaten Bing Dai into such a state. Where did it even come from? Even Xianxia was at a loss. She lowered her head to look at the slightly hunched-over stone puppet which was standing in front, a blank look filling her beautiful eyes. What is this thing? Standing in midair, Ran Yunting cast her gaze towards the stone puppet solemnly. Although she could not feel any vitality or energy fluctuations from this creature, it still gave her a huge sense of crisis, one that she would only sense when facing an opponent she could not hope to match. As her heart clenched, she subconsciously glanced over towards Xianxia, who should have been frozen in ice. With this glance, Ran Yunting nearly screamed. Xianxia, who she thought was destined to die, was staring towards her mockingly from inside the ice crystal. The solemn great elder of Ice Heart Valley is only on this level? Honestly, you are far too disappointing. If you only have such pitiful ability, Su Yen should stop cultivating under your guidance immediately. You're simply not qualified to continue teaching her. Xianxia's voice came from inside the ice crystal, causing Ran Yunting to feel like she was seeing a ghost, her expression changing dramatically. Down below, the stone puppet's two black eyes darted about slightly. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly stretched out his hands and pounded his chest firmly. Dang 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 dang. A terrifying rumbling rang out, shaking all the nearby ice peaks and causing countless blocks of snow and ice to shatter and come crashing down. As this noise echoed, the stone puppet's body suddenly increased in size, going from less than a meter in height to over 10 in an instant. Xiao Xiao then turned around, grinned towards the floating Xianxia, then picked up Xianxia and ran away rapidly. Atop the white snow, only a trail of strange afterimages remained, stretching off into the distance. It was as if a mountain bandit had left his cave and captured the wife of the village chief and couldn't wait to bring her back to his abode. The disciples of Ice Heart Valley were all dumbfounded. Junior sister Xianxia was abducted by a stone man? But soon, they understood why this stone man had chosen to leave in such a hurry. A frightening aura suddenly spread out, and Xianxia, who was supposed to be frozen into a statue, let out a shocking roar as the ice crystal around his body began making creaking, dense spiderweb-like cracks appearing on its surface. The ice crystal was about to break. Ran Yunting was shocked, and the disciples of Ice Heart Valley turned pale. None of them dared to remain where they were and once again retreated, running much further away this time. Wishful thinking. Ran Yunting snorted sharply as the field of crystal snowflakes appeared again and flew towards Xianxia, obviously attempting to freeze him once more. Break! Xianxia burst out. La. The ice crystal shattered and exploded into dust. At the same time, Ran Yunting's shirt shattered. The flying snow all over the sky suddenly disappeared and was replaced by countless tiny void cracks. These void cracks were like tiny black snakes that flitted about 3,000 meters around Yongkai. How? How is this possible? Ran Yunting stumbled back as she stared blankly towards the location of Yongkai, completely unable to accept this result. In a face-to-face confrontation of their Shi, she had been defeated. She was Ice Heart Valley's great elder, and her Shi had reached the grand accomplishment stage. How could this young man completely surpass her achievements in this field? Moreover, his Shi contained a very strange power. Not only did it create countless void cracks that were emitting rich murderous intent, but even her sense of distance inside this Shi had become distorted. She was unable to even locate Yongkai. Yongkai's position seemed suddenly far yet also incredibly near, as if his position was constantly shifting. Space Force. Ran Yunting's face suddenly paled. Only Space Force could form so many void cracks, and only Space Force could influence her perception of distance. This young man had cultivated such an esoteric power, and he had managed to integrate it into his Shi. Ran Yunting really was astonished this time. Die! Yongkai's cold voice sounded, not showing any mercy despite knowing she was Su Yan's honored master. With a single thought, space suddenly seemed to solidify, and the countless void cracks flew towards Ran Yunting. You want my life? You must have the ability to take it first. Ran Yunting screamed hysterically, no longer displaying any of the majesty a great elder should have, taking out a token from her space ring and pouring her Saint Chi into it as she shrieked. In the next moment, an extraordinary change suddenly appeared in the surrounding space. Yongkai's eyes narrowed as he swept them around himself, instantly discovering that the air had become filled with a terrifying cold that was still rapidly intensifying. He also sensed a connection between the token in Ran Yunting's hand and this building ice attribute energy. Beneath the ground, the highest quality earth vein of Pure Ice Island released a surge of world energy that burst into the sky through numerous cracks in the earth and merged together with the surrounding space, after which it was rapidly manipulated and transformed by the token Ran Yunting was using. The frigid energy gathered like a roaming dragon and surrounding Ran Yunting, taking less than 3 breaths to force back Yongkai's Shi. Yongkai's complexion changed, and he swiftly withdrew his Shi. If one's Shi was destroyed by force, it would do great harm to oneself and would be very troublesome to repair. A sect defending array? Yongkai quickly figured out what Ran Yunting had done. Obviously, she was using a profound spirit array arranged on Pure Ice Island to achieve this level of power. This wasn't too surprising once he thought of it though. After all, Ran Yunting's status in Ice Heart Valley was extremely high, only below their Supreme Elder and Valley Master, so she could utilize the sect defending array. Ha ha ha, my Ice Heart Valley's Pure Ice Grand Array is the highest ranked spirit array on Scarlet Wavestar. Boy, you may die content having forced this elder to this point. Ran Yunting laughed as she gripped the token in her hand, and in a burst of light, seemed to integrate her into the surrounding icy environment. In an instant, innumerable ice blades condensed in the surrounding area and slashed towards Yongkai. This was the real power of the Pure Ice Grand Array. Even an Origin King Realm Master would have difficulty escaping this trap safely. The moment Ran Yunting mobilized the power of this Grand Array to deal with Yongkai, all the masters on Pure Ice Island instantly became aware. On the inner island, in the Valley Master's Ice Palace, Bing Long's expression changed greatly as she looked towards a certain direction and muttered, "Who is using the Grand Array's power? Is it Great Elder?" Releasing her divine sense, Bing Long immediately saw the battle taking place at one of the outer island's ice peaks, and could not help leaping out of her ice palace in haste. A dozen other elders from the inner island also noticed this phenomenon and hurriedly rushed out towards the battle. In a certain secluded place on the inner island, however, a woman with silver hair sat cross-legged by a cold lake. She looked young, only about 28 years old, but the aura she gave off was countless times stronger than Bing Long or Ran Yunting. An Origin King Realm Master, Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder, Luo Li. Her silver hair formed a strong visual contrast with her face, making her seem both mature and youthful all at once. At this moment, she seemed to be using the cold power of this small lake to do something, inhaling the energy which floated above it into her abdomen with each breath. Luo Li's face was a little pale, a result of the cultivation dissonance she suffered recently. Luo Li also noticed the moment Pure Ice Grand Array activated, but after a slight glance, she quickly ignored it. To a character like her, there was no need to intervene in these mundane issues. To her, it was all just some minor trouble the younger generation had stirred up. Bing Long would handle it. However, just as Luo Li was about to continue healing, her expression suddenly changed and she turned towards a different direction, seemingly sensing something. Her complexion immediately became solemn as she muttered, "Qihua, can you really no longer restrain yourself? Daring to trespass on my pure ice island. Wait, this is—" When she noticed the existence of the other person, Luo Li's face grew even more solemn, and after a long silence, she let out a sigh. "I don't know if my pure ice island can survive this time. I can only hope they don't go too far." Saying so, she slowly got up and her body flickered, disappearing from the lakeside, leaving behind only a slowly fading afterimage. How foolish. If you could mobilize the full power of this pure ice grand array, you might be able to kill me, but with your lowly skill, how much power can you actually borrow from this grand array? Yang Kai roared as a 5-colored light burst from his body. These 5-colored lights were extremely dazzling, forcing others to look away from him. At the same time, Yang Kai's momentum soared upwards. Yang Kai grabbed towards the sky and a golden glow suddenly separated from his body and condensed into a massive golden sword. 5 elements indestructible sword chi. Metal sword chi. With this sword in his hand, Yang Kai's killing intent erupted outwards, causing Ran Yunting's eyes to shrink, and with a shout, she madly poured her Saint Chi into the token in her hand, attempting to draw out more of the Grand Array's power to suppress Yang Kai. Countless ice blades, lances, and arrows formed in the sky and blazed towards Yang Kai again. "Come!" Yang Kai shouted as he swung the golden sword in his hand. The golden light was dazzling and seemed to cut through space itself, filling all of Pure Ice Island with a brilliant radiance that carried with it a sharp, piercing sword chi. The ice blades, lances, and arrows were all like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Nothing was able to approach to within 10 meters of Yang Kai. His image was that of a wild beast as his black hair flew out behind him, like a god of war who hailed from ancient times, showing an indomitable and heroic spirit. Countless women from Ice Heart Valley stared at him dumbfounded, a fierce pounding filling their hearts. This palpitation caused Yang Kai to become the only thing in their vision, and they all became unable to tear their eyes away from his figure. On the inner island, the door to Su Yan's ice room suddenly flung open, and as she rushed out, she immediately caught a glance of a familiar figure a few hundred kilometers away, covered in golden light. "Junior brother," Su Yan murmured. Although her voice was soft, it seemed to cross over the entire distance between them, and Yang Kai, who was still swinging his golden sword, turned his head and looked towards her with a smile. Su Yan smiled similarly and immediately flew out. At this moment, her honored master's orders and the sex rules no longer mattered to her. The only thing her heart desired was to reunite with the man who was raising so much noise on Pure Ice Island for her. As long as she could see him again and enter his embrace, she could die without regret. "Where are you trying to run? Su Yan, stop right there." Zhou Yunxian and the other female disciple who were in charge of guarding Su Yan were also paying attention to the battle hundreds of kilometers away, but when they finally recovered their wits, they were shocked to find that Su Yan had actually run off. The 2 women were stunned and hurriedly gave chase while calling out to her. "Su Yan, if you dare to violate Great Elder's orders, you will be severely punished. Come back now and you will suffer less. Refuse and no one will be able to save you." Su Yan turned a deaf ear to their cries, almost as if she had not heard them at all, her body flying off and soon disappearing from the vision of the 2 women. "This is bad." Zhou Yunxian's face went pale. No matter what, for failing to fulfill their duties, they would certainly be punished by the Great Elder. "This bitch really irritates me." The short woman grit her teeth and cursed. "Senior Sister Zhou, what should we do now?" "Follow her." Zhou Yunxian stomped and increased her speed. Laughter resounded like a rolling thunder throughout Pure Ice Island as Xianxia, still surrounded by the power of the sect defending Array, moved about freely, waving his sword madly as he shattered Ran Yunting's attacks to pieces. Ran Yunting's expression was incredibly fierce as her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Just how extraordinary was this young man? With a mere second-order origin returning realm cultivation, he was able to suppress her even while she was using part of the Pure Ice Grand Array's power. She originally thought that in the origin returning realm, she was already one the strongest, with few in this realm being capable of comparing with her, but today, she thoroughly understood that there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. This young man is already capable of such phenomenal strength. If he were to break through to the third-order origin realm, won't he be capable of battling an ordinary origin king? Once this thought emerged, Ran Yunting was taken aback. While frightened, her determination to kill Xianxia here and now increased dramatically. If he did not die here today, Ice Heart Valley would definitely suffer greatly in the future. Ice Heart Valley's great elder is mediocre. Xianxia snorted in a deep voice, not putting Ran Yunting in his eyes. Holding the sword in his left hand, he stretched out his right hand, condensed a new golden sword in it, and shouted in a low tone, "Pierce!" A golden light flashed and a sharp sword light shot towards Ran Yunting, threatening to run her through in the next moment. No matter how much Ran Yunting urged the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array, she was unable to stop this golden sword from reaching her. For a moment, Ran Yunting's face turned ashen and her eyes shrank. She did not realize until this moment that Xianxia bowing to her before was truly not because of fear, but was his final gesture of respect, severing the fate between her and Su Yan and him. With these connections severed, he could kill her without hesitation. If one were to ask Ran Yunting if she had any regrets, she would answer with a firm no. Ran Yunting's eyes became firm again a moment later. Even if she died here, she would not regret her decision. Su Yan would eventually become the pillar of Ice Heart Valley, and whether Ice Heart Valley could continue on and eventually overpower Brilliant Flame Sect to become the most powerful great force on Scarlet Wavestar all depended on Su Yan's ability. She may die here today, but killing the Ice Heart Valley Great Elder was no small matter. Once the Supreme Elder became aware and took action, Xianxia would certainly die. As long as Xianxia died, the flaw in Su Yan's heart could be solved, and she would be able to put her all into cultivating and raising her strength. Her light was bound to shine across the entire star field, and in the future, she would be able to stand atop the submit. No matter how amazing this young man might seem now, he would eventually be overtaken and surpassed by Su Yan. With death approaching, Ran Yunting stood motionless, staring at Xianxia with a nearly insane smile. At that moment, though, the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array suddenly increased, and where it once had been unable to stop Xianxia's golden sword light, it now condensed a mass of ice-cold energy to form a flawless ice wall in front of Ran Yunting. The golden sword light pierced this ice wall and made a terrible screech as it approached Ran Yunting little by little. The ice wall seemed incapable of stopping the golden sword light, but Xianxia still frowned and turned to look towards the side. Over there, Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master Binglong had appeared at some unknown point and was also holding a token in her hand. One that was identical to the one Ran Yunting was using and was pouring her Saint Chi into it to increase the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array. Binglong's face was extremely dignified as sweat dripped from her forehead, while she continued to pour her Saint Chi into her token. More and more Ice Heart Valley elders appeared, each of them calling out in shock as they hurriedly took out their tokens one after another. With so many Ice Heart Valley elders cooperating, the power of the Pure Ice Grand Array grew exponentially. At the last moment, the Golden Sword Light's advancement was halted a mere palm's length from Ran Yunting. However, the aura around the Golden Sword Cheese was enough to pierce Ran Yunting's forehead slightly, causing a drop of red blood to leak out from the center of her brow. Ran Yunting's expression remained unchanged as she stared at Xianxia coldly and snorted, "Is that all?" The arrival of her fellow elders had let her see hope of killing Xianxia again. "Die!" Xianxia suddenly shouted. The other four colored auras circulating around his body shot forth and poured into the golden sword light, merging together with it. A 5-colored sword light took shape immediately. This sword of light now contained the power of all 5 elements, each mutually reinforcing one another in an endless cycle, causing the power of the sword light to rapidly increase. The ice wall protecting Ran Yun Ting immediately began to crack. Ran Yun Ting paled in horror as Bing Long and the other elders stared dumbfounded. With a bang, the ice wall was completely shattered and the 5-colored light pierced towards Ran Yun Ting's brow again with unparalleled sharpness. Just as Ice Heart Valley's great elder's life was about to end, however, an ethereal jade white hand suddenly appeared. This jade hand was completely flawless and seemed to only reach out lightly, as if it was trying to pick up a trivial object. An extremely mysterious and indescribable power pulsed from the jade hand. The 5-colored sword light, which had easily shattered the ice wall, was grasped by this jade hand, and no matter how it struggled, it was unable to advance any further. Young man, when possible one should let others off. Why must you insist on killing ruthlessly? A chilly female voice sounded. Yang Kai's brow furrowed deeply. Having tread upon the gates of death, Ran Yun Ting was sweating profusely, but after seeing this jade hand and hearing this cold female voice, she was suddenly overjoyed and shouted, "Disciple thanks Supreme Elder for her assistance and humbly requests Supreme Elder kill this evil creature who dared violate our Ice Heart Valley." Supreme Elder. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he turned to look in a certain direction but was unable to see any kind of figure there. He knew that there was a Supreme Elder in Ice Heart Valley, one that was an Origin King. However, she was still just a First Order. Yang Kai had even offended a character like Luo Hai and escaped from his pursuit across the vast star field. So no matter how powerful Ice Heart Valley's Origin King was, she was not enough to frighten him. This was also why he dared to come to Ice Heart Valley. Still, he had to raise his guard and began condensing his Saint Chi quietly. On the other hand, Bing Long was experiencing a great shock, and fearing that Supreme Elder would really kill Yang Kai in a rage, she quickly called out, "Supreme Elder, please wait. There may be some misunderstanding here." This Bing Long requests she be able to handle this matter. The existence of Yang Kai was too important and Bing Long did not dare let him die casually. The cold female voice sounded again, but this time she did not speak and instead just sighed. The jade white hand which was gripping the 5-colored sword light also faded away. With a thought, Yang Kai took back the 5-colored light into his body while glaring at Ran Yun Ting coldly. The other party stared back at him with gritted teeth, looking extremely unwilling. It seemed she was quite upset that Supreme Elder had not directly killed Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai was truly acting rampantly just now. In front of everyone's eyes, he tried to kill her, the sect's great elder. Ran Yun Ting absolutely could not tolerate such provocations and insults. However, facing the decision of the Supreme Elder, she did not dare to have any objections and could only choke down her annoyance. A beautiful figure suddenly flew over from the distance, and as if he could sense her approach, Yang Kai turned to look at her and the shocking murderous intent which was leaking from his body instantly disappeared, as if it was never there in the first place, and he flashed a gentle smile. As he gazed upon this figure, his eyes turned as soft as water. Unable to adapt to this sudden transformation, Bing Long and the others could not help frowning, wondering what was happening. Following his gaze, Bing Long showed a thoughtful expression after seeing the situation there clearly. Ran Yun Ting also saw the face of the incoming person and her expression became sullen. Just as she was about to shout something, she suddenly felt a sharp gaze land on her. Turning her head, she saw Yang Kai staring at her, giving off an aura that seemed to scream, "If you dare open your mouth, I'll kill you." Ran Yun Ting choked on her words and swallowed them back down as she quietly gulped. She couldn't be certain whether she was just imagining it or not, but at that moment, she felt as if she was being stared at by an ominous beast, and that if she provoked Yang Kai again, even Supreme Elder wouldn't be able to save her life. This thought was quite disturbing to her. The beautiful figure coming from the distance only took a moment before she arrived and stood in front of Yang Kai, staring at him with wet eyes as she bit her lip lightly. Looking at him, her always ice-cold, indifferent face showed a rare smile. The beautiful scenery of Pure Ice Island was instantly overshadowed when this smile appeared. Countless Pure Ice Island Outer Island disciples fell into a daze upon seeing this sight. Heavens, Su Yan smiled? She can actually smile? And at a man. I thought she would never smile. Does she know this man? What's their relationship? And why do they look so close? Su Yan has a man outside? Unimaginable. No wonder she was punished by Great Elder. All Inner Island disciples are forbidden from having close contact with men without permission. Who the hell is this guy? Actually able to touch Su Yan's heart. Whispers spread from all directions, turning Ran Yun Ting's face green, while Bing Long simply shook her head and sighed. The remaining elders all exchanged looks amongst themselves as well. None of them were aware that Su Yan and Yang Kai knew each other before their reunion. The sudden appearance of such a scene really shocked them. In the sky, under the gaze of countless eyes, Yang Kai stretched out a hand towards Su Yan. A faint blush appeared on Su Yan's snow-white cheeks, but the indescribably yearning she felt overcame her natural shyness, and she flew forward and fell into Yang Kai's embrace. The two held each other tightly. After more than 30 years, the two from High Heaven Pavilion once again reunited. As if embracing their entire world, they tightly held one another. A cold wind swept through, whipping up the freshly fallen snow as all of Pure Ice Island fell silent. Everyone's eyes fixed on the sight of the young man and woman floating up above. The picture was mesmerizing, and the atmosphere was warm enough to even dispel the chill in the air, filling everyone's heart with warmth. Ran Yun Ting's expression darkened, and she turned towards Bing Long as if she wanted to say something. But seeing Bing Long's helpless appearance, she eventually held her tongue. Su Yan, you cheap slut. Come back here. You'll be punished if you dare act like this. Two abrupt voices sounded, shattering the serene scene. Many disciples of Ice Heart Valley glared towards the source of this sound, secretly blaming these two for recklessly destroying the atmosphere here. In two flashes of light, the two women who just called out raced over. After seeing the situation here, however, both Zhou Yunxian and the other woman who were charged with guarding Su Yan stared blankly, obviously never having expected so many of the sex leaders to already be present. It was not an exaggeration to say that all of the sex elders were here. The two of them looked at each other, then towards Ran Yun Ting timidly. Regardless of anything else, it was a fact that Ran Yun Ting highly valued Su Yan, so them insulting Su Yan in front of Ran Yun Ting would likely lead them to being punished. However, at a glance, the two women were overjoyed. Ran Yun Ting did not seem to hear what they said just now or care about their presence at all. On the contrary, she was staring in a certain direction with eyes that were almost spitting flames, clearly completely enraged. Following her line of sight, Zhou Yunxian gave an exclamation and covered her mouth. There, she shockingly saw Su Yan hugging a strange man. This was nothing short of rebellion. Even ordinary Inner Island disciples were not allowed to have close contact with outside men without the permission of their honored masters, and Su Yan was Great Elder's favorite personal disciple. Her being so intimate with a man with such an identity in public was akin to slapping Great Elder's face. Did she still put her honored master in her eyes? No wonder Great Elder's face was so ugly. Considering all this, Zhou Yunxian hurriedly said, Great Elder. Su Yan ignored junior sisters and my dissuasion and insisted on rushing out. We thought she had some urgent matter to attend to, but never did we anticipate that it would turn out to be this. Acting like this in full view of the public, simply shameless. Please punish her. Great Elder. Ran Yun Ting's body trembled as her face grew even angrier. Why did Zhou Yunxian bother to make such pointless comments? If Ran Yun Ting could, she would have already ripped this bastard boy's corpse into 10,000 pieces. However, she had no choice now but to accept that she could not kill Yang Kai. Only if the Supreme Elder personally took action would that be possible. Therefore, she remained silent and did not respond to Zhou Yunxian. Zhou Yunxian was taken aback, and a trace of suspicion flashed across her face. Just as she was lost in confusion, a cold voice suddenly reached her ear. Were you the one who just insulted Su Yan? Looking up, Zhou Yunxian suddenly noticed that the man with his arms around Su Yan was staring towards her in different eyes. Su Yan seemed to have blocked out everything from the surrounding world and was like a little bird snuggled up beside her man, a contented expression filling her pretty face, as if even if she died immediately, she wouldn't care. Being stared at by such eyes, Zhou Yunxian couldn't help feeling an inexplicable chill, and quietly glancing around and discovering that none of the elders present seemed to have any intention of speaking up, she could only grit her teeth and replied, "I made a careless remark a moment ago." Regardless of whether Su Yan was wrong or not, it was indeed a mistake for her to insult her fellow disciple. In front of so many elders and even the valley masters, she did not dare to act presumptuous and immediately admitted her mistake. "Apologize," Yang Kai said concisely. A hint of anger flashed across Zhou Yunxian's face as she snapped back, "What thing are you? How dare you order me around?" Admitting a mistake and apologizing were two completely different concepts. Zhou Yunxian was not willing to apologize to Su Yan in front of so many eyes as that would simply be too embarrassing. The moment she spoke, though, a resounding bang echoed as Zhou Yunxian felt her cheek become numb and her body flew out, tumbling several times through the air before heavily impacting the snow-covered ground. All of Ice Heart Valley's elders paled. None of them had seen how Yang Kai moved just now, only that this disciple named Zhou Yunxian had been sent flying by him. Zhou Yunxian picked herself up from the snow with difficulty while covering her cheek with her hand, her face dull as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. She never expected that Yang Kai would dare to slap her in front of the Valley Master and so many elders. "Apologize," Yang Kai continued glaring at her coldly. Zhou Yunxian's tender body trembled. Being insulted in front of so many of her fellow sect sisters, as an origin-returning realm master, how could she bear it? Her face twisting in anger, she screamed, "You dare hit me?" "Ah!" With another loud smacking sound, Zhou Yunxian flew out again. Her other cheek this time went numb. "Apologize." Yang Kai's voice sounded again coldly, without any emotion, causing all who heard it to shudder. Zhou Yunxian climbed up from the ground for a second time with a look of horror on her face. When she turned to look at Ran Yunting, as if begging her to uphold justice, Zhou Yunxian felt a chill run from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. Her shock so great she stopped being able to think for a moment. Great Elder's face was somber and still, and although she was glaring at Yang Kai fixedly, she did not say a word. The other elders present had similar expressions, and even the Valley Master was frowning with difficulty. No one was going to seek justice for her. Zhou Yunxian was shocked. She knew that she had done something wrong and should not have insulted Su Yan as she had. But there had to be other reasons why she was being abandoned here. It was as if everyone here feared this young man. Apologize or die. Yang Kai issued an ultimatum and his murderous intent reappeared, locking onto Zhou Yunxian. Having failed to kill Ran Yunting had made him extremely annoyed, so this Zhou Yunxian happened to be an easy target to vent on. Bing Long finally spoke, frowning as she said, "Yang Kai, let us end this here. Although this disciple was indeed rude, you have already punished her. Let her go." Zhou Yunxian was also a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, so Yang Kai slapping her twice in front of everyone was the limit to what Bing Long could tolerate. If Yang Kai insisted on continuing with his aggressive stance, Bing Long would not stand idly by. If she really allowed him to do as he pleased, it would only cause all the disciples present to lose faith in the sect. "Junior brother, forget it." Su Yan also pleaded for Zhou Yunxian. To her, Zhou Yunxian's insult did no harm, and now that Yang Kai had also slapped her twice, all the resentment she felt was relieved. Instead, Yang Kai acting for her without any hesitation had caused Su Yan to feel some sweetness in her heart. "Since senior sister says so, I won't kill her." Yang Kai's expression eased as he turned to Bing Long and said, "Make her apologize and I'll spare her." Bing Long was speechless, wondering if this could even be called a concession while feeling a little annoyed. At this time, all the leaders of Ice Heart Valley inclined their heads towards a certain direction, as if they had suddenly received some kind of message, their expressions becoming solemn. Yang Kai frowned as he too vaguely sensed some divine sense fluctuations from nearby, but was unable to locate the exact source. He immediately understood. though, that Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder was speaking to Bing Long and the other elders. Not bothering to act rashly again, he simply waited quietly. The faces of Bing Long and the others became cloudy and uncertain, but after some time, they exchanged a solemn glance as they all vaguely felt that a great storm was approaching. It seemed that something big had transpired in Ice Heart Valley. Apologize to Su Yen. Then this matter will end. Bing Long suddenly turned to Zhou Yunxian and said with a somewhat irritable expression. Zhou Yunxian's expression was blank, never having expected that Valley Master would also favor Yang Kai and Su Yen. Although she was filled with confusion, with the last chance she could rely upon gone, she could only reluctantly say, Junior Sister Su, Senior Sister made an indiscreet remark just now. Please don't take offense. After speaking, she grit her teeth hard and her eyes flickered with hatred and madness, like a vicious snake. She knew that, in the future, she would become a laughingstock in Ice Heart Valley, the topic of gossip between her sisters from morning till night. She had never been more disgraced. Withdraw. Bing Long waved to Zhou Yunxian and dismissed her. Zhou Yunxian bowed and walked away, but before leaving she shot Yang Kai and Su Yen a vicious look, as if wanting to burn their appearances into her heart. Everyone else is to disperse as well, Bing Long shouted softly. The spectating Ice Heart Valley disciples retreated as ordered. Soon, only the top executives of Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai, and Su Yen were left atop the open expanse. Xianxia stood far away, paying attention to what was happening with a worried expression. Yang Kai, follow me. Bing Long looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. Who wants to see me? Yang Kai asked, already having a vague guess as to what had happened. Bing Long sighed. Supreme Elder wants to see you. Not only that, but Sir Luo Hai, Star Master of Green Mountain Star and Chihua, Supreme Elder of Brilliant Flame Sect, also wish to see you. Luo Hai is here? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Indeed. What if I refuse to go? Yang Kai grinned. I'm afraid you have no choice. You should know what will happen if you refuse, Bing Long sighed. Although you are very strong, it is still meaningless in front of Sir Luo Hai. Yang Kai stroked his chin, nodded and said, It seems that I have to go. Good, I'll go with Senior. It's time to put an end to this matter. Bing Long was stunned, but did not ask much, glancing towards Su Yen, who was still standing next to him, and sighed, I'll lead you there. The other elders followed closely, with Ran Yun Ting staring at Yang Kai sullenly, her expression never losing its ferociousness. Although she did not know why Sir Luo Hai wanted to meet Yang Kai so badly, even using Brilliant Flame Sect to find him, it was obvious that the grievances between them were not shallow. This little animal really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, actually daring to provoke Sir Luo Hai. Now it is just a question of how you die. Ran Yun Ting cursed hatefully in her heart. The next moment, she saw Su Yen and Yang Kai holding hands while whispering something to each other in low voices, and could not help feeling a surge of anger, wishing she could rush up and separate them now. Recalling Yang Kai's unfathomable methods, Ran Yun Ting forced herself to endure, just coldly snorting and chasing after Bing Long and the other's elders' senior sister. You should wait here for me. I'll be right back. No, I'm going together with you. Su Yen shook her head, and her beautiful eyes became firm, obviously worried Yang Kai might have some kind of accident and wishing wholeheartedly to share that burden with him. Very well then. Yang Kai did not continue to persuade her, raising his head towards Xianxia. Xianxia immediately said, I'll wait for you here. She knew that she was not qualified to participate in this matter, so she wisely decided to stay put. Xiao Xiao stood quietly beside her. Yang Kai gently nodded and left with Su Yen. Bing Long was waiting not far away, but after seeing this pair, which seemed ignorant of everything around them, following her, her brow couldn't help wrinkling somewhat. However, she did not take their conduct to heart at the moment and instead stared at Yang Kai meaningfully while asking, Now that things have gotten to this point, shouldn't you honestly tell us what kind of grievances you have with Sir Luo Hai? Senior wants to know? Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Bing Long nodded. Then ask Luo Hai. If he is willing to tell you, you will naturally know. You? Bing Long became angry. Are you still unclear about your situation? Sir Luo Hai and Senior Chihua have come to Pure Ice Island together and called to see you. They must be here for you, and the only one who can provide you shelter is my Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder. Are you so determined to keep hiding things that you are willing to die in exchange? Your Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder is only a first-order origin king. No? If Luo Hai really wanted to do something to me here, could she stop him? Yang Kai spat disdainfully. Bing Long was instantly struck speechless. In the Origin King realm, every minor realm was separated by a vast gap, and the difference in strength was dramatic. It was precisely because of this that no one could stop Luo Hai and Chihua from trespassing onto Pure Ice Island. Nor could Luo Li refuse when they demanded to see Yang Kai. If this weren't the case, how could Luo Li have allowed them to set foot on Pure Ice Island? In fact, if it had only been Chihua, Luo Li would have already beaten him back. What's more, I have no friendship with your Ice Heart Valley, so even if your Supreme Elder did have the necessary ability, why would she take the initiative to protect me? Yang Kai sneered. Or what? Do you simply want to know what Luo Hai wants from me, so you can bargain for a piece of it from him? Bing Long was stunned, but immediately said with a wry smile, Since you understand, why would you still agree to meet with him? If I were you, I would have done my best to disappear. And go where? Yang Kai coldly snorted. I was chased by him through the star field for days until I finally managed to hide on Scarlet Wave Star. Now that he has found my trail again, I am afraid I can't get away. Having said that, it is time I settled this grievance with him. Otherwise I will have to worry about him suddenly coming after me for the rest of my life. If he wants to use his strength to bully me, he must have the necessary ability. As he spoke, Yang Kai's face flashed with brutality and a strong light flashed across his eyes. Instead of retreating in fear of Luo Hai's strength, he looked like he was eager to fight. Bing Long stared at Yang Kai dumbfounded, only after a long silence shaking her head and muttering, Lunatic! With only a second-order origin realm cultivation, Bing Long felt there was something wrong with Yang Kai's head for daring to speak so wildly. Yang Kai just laughed carefreely. Su Yan did not say a word from beginning to end, just snuggling beside Yang Kai, holding hands with him, as if she never wanted to be separated, a quiet and content smile on her face. Bing Long let out another exasperated sigh. In normal times, such a golden boy and jade girl would definitely be a match made by the heavens. However, with Yang Kai being stared at by Luo Hai, his future was filled with uncertainty. Su Yan, on the other hand, as a core disciple of Ice Heart Valley who had cultivated the Ice Jade's secret art, was doomed to fall from grace and become miserable if she could not break free of these emotional fetters. Bing Long gradually became indifferent. This group moved extremely fast and soon arrived in front of a magnificent ice palace on the inner island. The ice palace seemed to be carved out of a single pure ice crystal, and gave off a feeling of elegance and detached majesty. Inside the ice palace there were several extremely powerful auras. When Yang Kai arrived in front of this white jade ice palace, 3 powerful divine senses instantly locked onto him, one of which far outstripped the other 2. Luo Hai. Inside the white jade ice palace, Luo Hai sat upon a chair with his golden crown on his head, his breathing calm but with a flash of excitement in his eyes. Finally, I've found you, Luo Hai exclaimed to himself without showing any outward signs. To think that he, a top master at the second-order Origin King realm, one of the strongest in all the starfield, had pursued a trivial Yang Kai for so long. Not only had this boy broken through his blockade on Green Mountain Star, but even managed to escape his tracking after that. If not for Luo Hai's incredible patience, he would likely have really let this boy escape by now. Now, let's see where you can run, Luo Hai said with excitement. With his strength, there were not many things that could excite him, but an origin essence crystal left behind by the Monster King in the blood prison was something he deeply coveted. The Emperor artifact on Yang Kai was also something Luo Hai desired. The former could allow him to break through to the third-order Origin King realm, while the latter could directly increase his strength. Once these 2 treasures landed in his hands, Luo Hai was confident he could become the strongest master in the entire star field. When the time came, No one in the star field would be able to compete with him. Everything depended on taking Yang Kai here. Although Luo Hai concealed his emotions very well, Qihua and Luo Li were also origin kings, so naturally, they could detect some subtle changes in his mood. Qihua's expression changed slightly as he wondered just what kind of secrets this little brat named Yang Kai had. If he did not possess something of extreme value, why would Luo Hai be so interested in him? More than a year ago, Luo Hai suddenly visited Scarlet Wavestar, surprising Qihua. Then, Luo Hai had asked Brilliant Flamesect to search for Yang Kai, further raising Qihua's suspicions. Many times he had tried to ask why Luo Hai was looking for Yang Kai, but Luo Hai had never given him a straight answer, leaving Qihua helpless. Luo Li was also quite curious about this matter, but more than that, she felt sadness and helplessness. She could do nothing about Luo Hai and Qihua in her current state. Soon, Yang Kai stepped into the Ice Palace. Inside the Ice Palace, in addition to the 3 Origin King Realm Masters, a dozen or so elders of Ice Heart Valley stood behind Luo Li. Additionally, behind Luo Hai and Qihua, there was a young man with a sallow complexion and somewhat faint vitality. The son of Brilliant Flamesect's sect master, Wei Feng. At this moment, he was looking around excitedly, as if waiting for someone to arrive. After seeing Su Yan, his expression could not help brightening as an extremely excited look appeared on his face, like a wild dog that just spotted a delicacy, his saliva almost dripping from his mouth. However, when he saw Su Yan holding hands with Yang Kai in such an intimate manner, his complexion could not help sinking as his gloomy eyes stared at Yang Kai, gleaming with hatred and anger. Where did this bastard pop out from? Wei Feng was furious seeing anyone dare hold hands with his woman. In an instant, Wei Feng saw Yang Kai as a dead man and even began fantasizing about how he would torture Yang Kai to death, forcing him to beg for death, teaching him there were some women could not be touched. Junior Bing Long greets Sir Luo Hai, greets Senior Qihua. Bing Long elegantly bowed before turning to Luo Li and reporting, Supreme Elder, I've brought the requested person. Luo Li gently nodded but did not say anything, her pair of beautiful eyes fixing on Yang Kai as her brow wrinkled lightly. Sensing her gaze, Yang Kai stared back. This was the first time he saw the Supreme Elder of Ice Heart Valley, and from the aura she gave off, she was essentially on par with the red-haired old man sitting nearby. Both were first-order Origin Kings, far weaker than Luo Hai. However, an Origin King was still an Origin King, a powerhouse that had mastered domain. No Origin King could be matched by an Origin Realm cultivator. At the very least, Yang Kai felt a great pressure from her. Brother Luo Hai, is this the little brat you've been looking for? The old man Qihua looked up and down Yang Kai, chuckling lightly. Luo Hai nodded. Yes, it's him. Sure enough, a powerful and intelligent young man. Brother Luo Hai has a discerning eye. Since this boy has been found, what does Brother Luo Hai plan to do next? Qihua seemed to ask casually. What do I plan to do? Naturally, I will bring him back to Green Mountain Star with me. Luo Hai smiled as he directed a look of ridicule towards Yang Kai with a gentle smile. Little bastard, this king won't eat you. Why do you insist on avoiding this king like some viper? This king just saw that your aptitude was exquisite and that we share some fate. So this king wished to pass on his mantle to you. He spoke with a casual attitude, as if he was feeling quite helpless and frustrated, making him come off as truthful and upright. The complexions of the many elders from Ice Heart Valley shook as they turned looks of envy towards Yang Kai. To be appreciated by a master like Luo Hai was nothing less than a heaven-sent opportunity for Yang Kai. From then on, he would become a famous character in the star field, soaring up into the sky. Yang Kai just maintained a light smile. Qihua's seemingly cloudy old eyes slightly narrowed as a faint spark flashed across their depths. Luo Li frowned slightly and said nothing. Inside the Ice Palace, perhaps only Yang Kai himself and the other 2 Origin Kings did not believe Luo Hai's words. The ones in the know understood that Luo Hai was just spouting nonsense because he wanted to take Yang Kai away. As for accepting him as a disciple and passing his mantle on to him, it was nothing but a lie. What kind of character was Luo Hai? How could he go so far to recruit a mere disciple? If he wanted to accept disciples, He only needed to send out word and geniuses from all over the starfield would flock to Green Mountain Star and line up to worship him. Yang Kai didn't try to reveal the truth, however, and simply said, "This junior will have to politely decline senior's kindness. While this is indeed a heaven-sent opportunity, junior is afraid he is not fated to accept it. Senior should try looking for another person whose fortune is better." A hidden anger flashed across Luo Hai's eyes as he secretly thought that this little brat really didn't understand his limits. But he still maintained a light smile. "Don't be too quick to refuse. Come with this king back to Green Mountain Star first. You can stay there for a few years and, if you still insist on declining at that time, this king will naturally not make things difficult for you." He spoke as if he was making great concessions. Chi Hua also chimed in, "Boy, you've best consider this matter carefully. Brother Luo Hai wanting to accept you as a disciple is a blessing that cannot be asked for in several lifetimes. An opportunity ordinary people could never receive. Why refuse? Does this senior feel is it a great blessing? Good. Since senior feels so, he might as well worship Luo Hai as his master." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. The expressions of all the Ice Heart Valley elders froze as they stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster, all of their hearts clenching tightly. This boy truly did not know how to fear the heavens. Daring to insult Chi Hua so blatantly, wasn't he afraid of incurring unbearable consequences? Chi Hua's face became cold as he shouted angrily, "Bold!" As he shouted, a ray of light flashed across his eyes and struck towards Yang Kai as if it had substance. He intended to punish this little brat who did not know how to respect his elders. Yang Kai's complexion remained unchanged as he stood in place, while Su Yan also regarded this terrifying attack as nothing, her pair of beautiful eyes never once leaving Yang Kai's face, glancing at him sideways with a face filled with happiness. Luo Hai waved his hand casually. Chi Hua's attack was silently resolved. Before getting what he wanted from Yang Kai, Luo Hai would not allow him to be injured by Chi Hua. "Brother Chi Hua, calm yourself. Young people always like spouting nonsense. Why lower yourself to their level? Brother Chi Hua is also an origin king. So, even if I wanted to serve as his master, I am afraid I am not capable enough." Chi Hua snorted as he stared at Yang Kai coldly, his sharp gaze seemingly cutting him 1,000 times, but still remaining silent. Luo Li, who had not made a sound yet and was simply sitting there quietly, suddenly chose to speak up. "Since this young man has already been brought here, if Sir Luo Hai wishes to take him away, please do so." As for what Luo Hai wanted to do after taking Yang Kai away, it was not something Luo Li needed to consider. She had no friendship with Yang Kai, so she would not offend Luo Hai because of him. Right now, she just wanted to send Luo Hai and Chi Hua out of Pure Ice Island as soon as possible. She did not even have the thought of punishing Yang Kai for hurting Ran Yunting and causing such a ruckus on Pure Ice Island. She could not help feeling anxious right now as an inexplicable sense of crisis gripped her heart, as if something terrible was about to happen if Yang Kai was not quickly sent away. Luo Hai nodded and smiled at Luo Li. "This king arrived here uninvited, so I hope junior sister Luo Li won't take offense. If you have free time in the future, please visit my Green Mountain Star as a guest. This king will definitely provide a warm welcome." Luo Li replied indifferently, "There will come such a day. Sir Luo Hai has found such a good disciple, so he must be anxious to return to Green Mountain Star to begin cultivating him. This Luo Li will not delay you any further." She was bluntly trying to send them off. However, Luo Hai just smiled lightly, not showing any intention to stand up and leave, instead glancing over at Yang Kai and waving his hand. "There's no hurry, this king's business is indeed done, but Brother Chi Hua has a certain matter he would also like to handle here today, which is why he came here together with this king." As soon as this statement came out, Luo Li's face changed slightly. Had her worries finally come to fruition? Although Luo Hai had not spoken too clearly, just the phrase "came together with this king" was enough to cause Luo Li to worry. This was equivalent to saying that Luo Hai was standing together with Chi Hua at this moment. The faces of Bing Long and Ran Yunting were also ugly as they stared at Chi Hua warily. The two great forces, Ice Heart Valley and Brilliant Flame Sect, had been competing with one another on Scarlet Wave Star for countless years, But even after all these millennia, neither had been able to gain a decisive edge over the other. But now, with Luo Hai intervening, Ice Heart Valley was instantly put at a disadvantage. And this disadvantage was quite immense at that. Even relying on Pure Ice Island's Pure Ice Grand Array, they would likely not be able to reverse the situation. For a moment, Bing Long and the many elders wore angry looks, but none of them dared to speak. Yang Kai just stood in place, watching the show with a smile, not showing any awareness of his current situation, which was akin to a prisoner. "And what matter have you come to my Pure Ice Island for this time? Chihua?" Luo Li took a light breath, calmed her chaotic thoughts, and asked cautiously. Chihua laughed loudly as his fiery red hair flew back, and he released an imposing manner as he shook his head and said, "Just a minor matter, Luo Li. You don't need to be so nervous." He was feeling incredibly good at this moment. He had fought with Luo Li for so many years, and even knew that she had recently suffered backlash from cultivation dissonance. Yet, he was unable to gain a true upper hand. Finally, he had experienced the pleasure of being in the absolute superior position. Although he was essentially borrowing another's strength to achieve this victory, Chihua did not enjoy this feeling any less. "Speak." Luo Li looked at him indifferently. Chihua chuckled lowly as he stated, "I've come to your sect today to take someone." "Take someone? Who do you want?" Luo Li frowned. "My Ice Heart Valley should not have anyone you need, Chihua. Indeed, your sect truly does not have anyone I need, but—" Chihua waved his hand and shouted, "Little bastard, stand up and say it yourself. After all, this is your business." Wei Feng wore a happy look and quickly walked out from behind Chihua. First, he saluted Luo Hai, Luo Li and the others, following proper etiquette, then straightened his waist and opened his mouth, but just as he was about to speak, suddenly noticed a pair of cold eyes fixed on him. This gaze pierced Wei Feng like a sharp sword, making his face pale with fright and forcing the words he was about to speak back down his throat. He was unable to utter a word. Following that gaze, Wei Feng only saw Luo Li staring at him coldly. Although she was not using any of her power, just this simple gaze was enough to chill him to the bone. Wei Feng's legs began to shiver as he nearly started choking, his eyes filling with panic. Bing Long and the other elders suddenly thought of something and unconsciously glanced over at Su Yan. When Wei Feng came forward, they realized what Chihua was thinking about, and all of them became extremely displeased. The son of Brilliant Flamesect's sect master had ideas about Su Yan for quite some time, and the fighting which broke out a little more than a year ago was all because Brilliant Flamesect asked Ice Heart Valley to hand over Su Yan. The people of Ice Heart Valley knew exactly what Wei Feng's disposition was. It could be said that if Wei Feng was not born in Brilliant Flamesect, and if he was not Wei Qing's son, even breaking through to the Saint King realm would have been impossible. Even if he consumed countless rare and precious pills and piled up innumerable Saint Crystals, he had barely managed to break through to the Origin Returning realm. Even with all that, he could not even condense his Sure. He may be the only Origin realm cultivator in the entire star field that did not possess his own Sure, making him a laughingstock to the world. Wei Feng's aptitude was obviously trash. Compared with him, Su Yan was a beautiful fairy blessed by the heavens. The two of them belonged to different worlds and should never have met. But one time, when Su Yan went out for life experience, she accidentally bumped into Wei Feng, and he was immediately entranced by her and became determined to make her his. Brilliant Flame Sect decided to use this as an excuse to kick up a big fuss. Wei Feng's character and morals were indeed terrible, but he was still the son of Wei Qing, so his status was extraordinary. Brilliant Flame Sect thought that Wei Feng taking a fancy to Su Yan was Su Yan's blessing, and so, Chihua bringing Wei Feng to Ice Heart Valley and forcing him to stand up and speak now made his purpose self-evident. However, this pitiful boy nearly passed out from fear just by being glared at by Luo Li, unable to even open his mouth to speak. Chihua's face became extremely ugly as he watched Wei Feng destroy all the face Brilliant Flame Sect had. Annoyed, he kicked out and almost knocked Wei Feng to the ground. "Useless thing. With this old master here, what are you afraid of? Just say what it is you want and prove to this old master you're still a man." Chihua shouted loudly. It seemed that being scolded by Chihua, On top of receiving such a guarantee, Wei Feng's courage grew slightly, and with a flushed face, he grit his teeth, stretched out his finger and declared, "I want this woman named Su Yan." All of Ice Heart Valley's elders were enraged. Ran Yun Ting also wore an unsightly expression. The smile on Yang Kai's face gradually dimmed as his eyes became icy cold as he glared towards Wei Feng and curled his lips into a subtle grin. Since entering this ice palace, Yang Kai had found this pathetic excuse for a man continuously staring at Su Yan. However, he hadn't taken it to heart. After all, Su Yan was an incredible beauty who naturally attracted the attention of men. Now that Wei Feng had said something like this though, Yang Kai immediately understood that the other party wasn't just satisfied with looking but wanted to possess her too. A murderous intent surged in Yang Kai's heart as he stared at Wei Feng faintly, his expression somewhat similar to the one Wei Feng gave him before. It was as if he was staring at a dead man. Su Yan turned her beautiful eyes at this time and frowned slightly as she stared at Wei Feng suspiciously. She did not seem to regain consciousness until this time, as all her thoughts had been focused on Yang Kai before, with nothing else entering her vision at all. "You again." Su Yan recognized Wei Feng and spoke indifferently. "What? Was the lesson I gave you not enough? Did you come here looking for more?" These simple words made Wei Feng jump up like a frightened rabbit, and he hurried back to Qihua, seeking a sense of security. Wei Feng's performance was terrible to the extreme, and Qihua also felt he had lost all face, his expression turning as black as the bottom of a pot. Even Luo Hai, who had been watching from the side, slowly shook his head. "You know him?" Yang Kai asked. Su Yan shook her head. "I don't know him. Last time we met, he made some impertinent remarks, so I broke a few of his ribs. It turns out he actually belongs to Brilliant Flame Sect. No wonder he was so persistent and annoying." After saying so, she sighed again. "If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have just killed him directly and been done with it. And don't show mercy next time." Yang Kai patted the back of Su Yan's hand. Su Yan smiled and nodded slightly. You, how dare you?" Although Wei Feng was timid and incompetent, he also could not help feeling a little angry at this moment. He could not forget about Su Yan even in his dreams. Yet the other party clearly did not even know about his background. On top of that, it seemed she did not even know his name. Wei Feng suddenly felt aggrieved, watching her act so intimately with this bastard of a man. Completely ignoring his existence, he felt ashamed. "You'll see. When you become mine, I'll let you know how fierce I am," Wei Feng vowed daringly. "Courting death." Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as he violently waved his hand towards Wei Feng. A recognizable palm of Saint Qi appeared and shot towards Wei Feng like a violent storm. This palm clearly contained terrifying destructive power. Wei Feng was frightened and trembled as his face turned pale, and he called out anxiously, "Supreme Elder, save me. Boy, you've got guts. Daring to act in front of this old master." Qihua coldly snorted as he stretched out his hand and hit the air, causing the Saint Qi palm to burst apart. The moment this palm exploded, however, it immediately underwent a subtle change and transformed into a sharp blade that once again shot out and caught Qihua off guard. Before he could react, the blade had already stabbed through Wei Feng's left cheek and out his right. Qihua's face changed dramatically. Luo Hai also raised his brow as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. Luo Li's beautiful eyes also flashed brilliantly as she gave a nod of appreciation. The three of them all saw that it was not that Yang Kai had applied some hidden trick to his Saint Qi palm, but had instead manipulated his Saint Qi masterfully, reorganizing it after it was shattered by Qihua to form a new attack. Although as a result, this attack's power was greatly reduced, to the point where even Wei Feng should have easily been able to defend against it. However, Wei Feng's performance was disappointing as he did not even notice anything until he was abruptly injured. Only after blood began splashing from both sides of his mouth did Wei Feng notice the severe pain, feeling as if his cheeks were being burned as a strange power seeped into his wounds. He immediately began howling violently, covering his cheeks with his hands as tears and snot dripped down his face, making everyone present embarrassed to even look at him. Many Ice Heart Valley elders shook their heads slowly as looks of contempt and disgust filled their faces. Such a person actually wanted Su Yan? Comparing him to Yang Kai, the latter was countless times better, a real match for her. Chi Hua's old face went blue then white as he stared at Yang Kai and squeezed out a low shout like that of a mad beast. "Brat, you're dead!" In front of his face, Wei Feng's cheek had been pierced. This was akin to slapping his face as well. Chi Hua being slapped in the face was the same as Brilliant Flame Sect being slapped. An old monster like Chi Hua could not bear such an insult. Like a dormant lion, a horrific aura burst from Chi Hua's body, causing everyone from Ice Heart Valley to pale. Yang Kai remained calm and relaxed, though, as he stared at the red-haired old man indifferently, a sarcastic grin appearing on his lips. "Chi Hua," Luo Hai shouted, "finish your business." He naturally would not let Chi Hua kill Yang Kai. Chi Hua using him to persecute Ice Heart Valley this time was something Luo Hai was willing to go along with only if Chi Hua did not pursue Yang Kai's secrets. However, if Chi Hua wanted to act against Yang Kai, he would not just sit back and watch. No one could touch Yang Kai in front of him until he extracted everything he wanted. Hearing this shout, the aura around Chi Hua's body was like a raging flame that was doused with cold water, extinguishing instantly. He seemed to have regained his composure in that instant and simply glared at Yang Kai coldly. "Supreme Elder, you must seek justice for me. Kill him. Kill him. Supreme Elder, you must kill him for me." Wei Feng wailed and cried incoherently, oblivious to the situation around him. Chi Hua's breathing began somewhat ragged hearing these cries. Why did he bring this waste here to Ice Heart Valley? At this moment, he could not wait to slap Wei Feng dead. Chi Hua secretly made up his mind that after this trip, he would definitely imprison Wei Feng in Brilliant Flame Sect and never let him go out. Otherwise, he would continue destroying Brilliant Flame Sect's face wherever he went. Brilliant Flame Sect having such a waste in its midst was simply a curse from the heavens. "You shut up!" Chi Hua shouted angrily. Wei Feng's howling stopped abruptly as he did not dare disobey the Supreme Elder's command. But the pain he felt still distorted his expression, and combined with the still dripping blood, made him look quite hideous. Holding his cheeks with his hands, his eyes darted about, but not daring to look at anyone present in this hall. He settled for staring at his feet while holding his tongue. "Boy, consider yourself lucky. Since Brother Luo Hai intends to shelter you, this old master will not care about you this time. If you want to thank anyone, you should thank Brother Luo Hai." Chi Hua said grimly before turning to Luo Li and shouting, "I think you're clear why this old master has come this time. My good-for-nothing junior has taken a fancy to this girl, so I'll be taking her back to Brilliant Flame Sect with me." When he said this, the corners of Chi Hua's mouth twitched, as even he felt that Wei Feng was not worthy of holding Su Yan's shoes. However, this was indeed a good opportunity to deal a blow to Ice Heart Valley. As long as Ice Heart Valley could be forced to compromise here, then Brilliant Flame Sect would have the upper hand in all future battles. The most important point was that he could use this incident to attack Luo Li's state of mind and act contrary to her convictions. Once this happened, it would surely become a heart demon for Luo Li and halt her cultivation in place. After that, once he could advance his own cultivation, under the current circumstances, Scarlet Wavestar would belong to Brilliant Flame Sect. As soon as Chi Hua's voice fell, Ran Yun Ting took a step forward and coldly declared, "In your dreams, Su Yan is my Ice Heart Valley's core disciple. How could she be allowed to marry an outsider? She will always be an Ice Heart Valley disciple." Chi Hua snickered as he stared at Ran Yun Ting and said, "If this old master isn't mistaken, what she has cultivated should be your Ice Heart Valley's Ice Jade's secret art. Right? So what?" Ran Yun Ting did not know what he was thinking. If so, then this will be simple. This old master can see her heart has been moved, and her Ice Jade heart stained, causing her to receive backlash from the secret art. This backlash also seems quite serious. And, in her situation, I'm certain that within a year or two her cultivation will completely scatter, and she will become an ordinary mortal. What use will she have for your Ice Heart Valley then? Ran Yun Ting's face changed slightly as she was shocked by Chi Hua's shrewdness. Su Yan's situation had been concealed very carefully, and only she, her master, truly knew its full extent. But it only took Qihua a glance to properly assess Su Yan's condition. For a moment, Ran Yunting's face became extremely gloomy, and she shot a look filled with disappointment towards Su Yan. However, Su Yan turned a blind eye to this, not even changing her expression, still just smiling happily as she stood there cuddling next to Yang Kai, as if her cultivation and strength meant nothing to her. As long as she could be with Yang Kai, even death was worth it. Ran Yunting was even more disappointed. Su Yan. Yang Kai was stunned and turned to the beautiful woman standing next to him with worried eyes, quickly releasing his divine sense and scanning Su Yan's body. He finally noticed something wrong. Su Yan's aura was indeed fluctuating slightly, which was obviously an outward sign of her receiving backlash from her secret art. The situation was still manageable now, but if it was allowed to continue, it would definitely get worse. It's fine, Su Yan smiled softly, remaining perfectly calm, not worrying about this seemingly inevitable fate at all. I will find a way to resolve it for you. Yang Kai took a deep breath and promised her solemnly. Kill yourself here and now and you can solve the problem immediately. Ran Yunting burst into anger and shouted at Yang Kai. Honored master, please don't say such things. The smile on Su Yan's face suddenly disappeared as she frowned and declared seriously, if junior brother dies, I will immediately follow him. Ran Yunting opened her mouth and stared at Su Yan in a daze, showing an expression of astonishment. It was the first time Su Yan used such a tone of voice to speak to her, which shocked Ran Yunting greatly. Su Yan had always been obedient to her. No matter her command, this disciple would complete the task with absolute certainty, making her extremely satisfied. This, in turn, raised Su Yan's value in her eyes. But today her impression wavered. It was as if all the work she put into teaching her and the great expectations she had for her, as her honored master, were not as important as this little brat in her heart. Ran Yunting's face became cold and gloomy as she glared at Yang Kai and said in a deep tone, Boy, you've destroyed Su Yan's future. Even if you die here, you won't be able to redeem your sin. After speaking, she backed away and closed her eyes, as if she did not want to interfere with what would surely happen next. I've destroyed senior sister's future? That is not something you get to decide. What the hell do you count for? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Good. This farce ends here. Qihua stood up, his eyes burning like flames as he turned to Luo Li. This old master has explained his intentions. Luo Li, it is your choice if you agree. This old master can retreat, if you don't. There was an obvious threat in his words. Many elders of Ice Heart Valley wore anxious looks. Luo Li looked at Qihua faintly, then turned to look at Luo Hai and lightly opened her lips and asked, Is this Sir Luo Hai's will as well? She knew better than anyone that Qihua daring to come to Pure Ice Island in such a bold manner this time, and even pretentiously asking for the sect's best disciple was all because of Luo Hai's backing. Without Luo Hai, Qihua would not even dare to set foot within 1,000 kilometers of Pure Ice Island. Luo Hai smiled at this and said mildly, Junior sister Luo Li's words are a bit unreasonable. This matter is between your Ice Heart Valley and Qihua's brilliant flame sect. This king is just here to enjoy the show, that's all. Having said so though, Luo Hai continued, However, this king feels that what Qihua said isn't wrong. This disciple called Su Yan truly has good aptitude, but since she is suffering from the backlash of your Ice Jade's secret art, I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to achieve anything of note in the future. As such, it would be better to marry her to Wei Feng so your two sects can become in-laws, allowing you a chance to resolve your long-standing grievances. Wouldn't it be best if you could all live in harmony in the future? Hearing what he said, Luo Li's face grew dark, as she knew that Luo Hai was standing on brilliant flame sect's side. As for becoming in-laws and resolving the grievances between the two factions, that was nothing but sophistry. The two sects had fought for dominance of Scarlet Wave Star for thousands of years, and the grievances between them had been forged in oceans of blood, making them absolutely impossible to resolve. In this world, there would never be peace between Ice Heart Valley and Brilliant Flame Sect. The two sects were destined to be enemies until the day one of them was destroyed. I understand, Luo Li gently nodded and closed her limpid pupils, apparently caught in a difficult decision. No one disturbed her, but all the elders of Ice Heart Valley had their eyes fixed on her, wondering what answer she would give. Luo Hai had a calm and relaxed face as he quietly sipped his tea. Qi Hua wore a triumphant look, as he laughed under his breath constantly. He was not afraid that Luo Li would refuse. This time, he was taking advantage of Luo Hai's prestige to crush Ice Heart Valley's morale. As for the girl named Su Yan, she was just a pawn in their battle. Without Su Yan, there was Zhang Yan, Wang Yan. With so many female disciples in Ice Heart Valley, how could he not find a suitable candidate? Wei Feng did not howl anymore. At this time, he was like a cat smelling fish, and his eyes brightened as they darted back and forth. Although he still felt pain in his cheeks, he still gazed at Su Yan lustfully, like she was some kind of new toy he was about to acquire and could play with all he wanted. In his heart, he was secretly pondering how he would torture this woman named Su Yan to teach Yang Kai the price for incurring his wrath. Yang Kai and Su Yan stood side by side in the middle of the ice palace, as if they were outsiders. No one cared about their feelings or opinions. In such high-level dialogue, the two of them had no right to speak. The happiness in Su Yan's beautiful eyes was dimmed with a tinge of sorrow, and the small hand she used to hold Yang Kai's became harder. She secretly decided that if Supreme Elder really compromised, then she would use her life to create an opportunity for Yang Kai to escape. As for herself, even if she died, she couldn't go to Brilliant Flame Sect. Yang Kai looked on with cold eyes, as if this matter had nothing to do with him, carefully observing the changes in Luo Li's expression. After a while, he let out a sigh and whispered in Su Yan's ear, "Senior sister, do you trust me?" Su Yan did not even hesitate to nod. "Good." Yang Kai smiled warmly. "Junior brother assures you that no one will take you away today. If they dare have such thoughts, I'll make sure that they will all end up inside a coffin. Then senior sister will wait and see." Su Yan winked to Yang Kai. This playful appearance made Yang Kai dumbfounded for a moment. He had never seen such a side to Su Yan before. It seemed that, because of the great crisis, she dared to do things that she would never do before. Although the two people spoke softly, how could they hide their conversation from Luo Hai and Qi Hua? Hearing Yang Kai's bold claims, the two Origin Kings both shot Yang Kai a disdainful look. "Luo Li, it's time to make a decision," Luo Hai urged impatiently. He was anxious to bring Yang Kai back to Green Mountain Star and extract all of his secrets. He was unwilling to delay time here. Luo Li opened her eyes, and for an instant, all eyes inside the ice palace focused on her. First, Luo Li turned to look at Su Yan, and a faint light of guilt flitted across her eyes, but that disappeared in a flash. "You may take her away. I hope you can treat her well in the future." Luo Li's aura instantly deflated, as if it was punctured, with even her face going pale. Obviously, making such a concession had violated her principles and caused her injuries to worsen. "Supreme Elder," Ran Yun Ting called out. Although she had already guessed this would happen, she still could not accept Supreme Elder's answer in the end. After shouting unconsciously, though, she could not say anything anymore, just turning a regretful look towards Su Yan and sighing. "This is your own choice. Don't regret it in the future." At this moment, she ultimately decided to abandon Su Yan. She had no way to resolve the flaw in Su Yan's cultivation, so even if she could safeguard her here today, Su Yan's cultivation would at best halt where it was. For such a disciple, it was not worth putting all of Ice Heart Valley in danger. Not to mention, she couldn't violate Luo Li's orders even if she wanted to. Forcing the entire sect into perdition for Su Yan would make her an eternal sinner to Ice Heart Valley. Ran Yun Ting would not do such a thing, as it was obvious that no single disciple was more important than the sect itself. She closed her eyes to avoid looking at Su Yan again. "Good," Qi Hua laughed. After so many years, he had finally completely suppressed Luo Li and made her back down in front of him. Although all of this was based on Luo Hai's strength and status, the result was what Qi Hua wanted to see most. Qi Hua smiled happily, his red hair dancing even without any wind, a strong momentum radiating from his body as he spiritedly pointed his hand at Su Yan and said to Wei Feng behind him, Little beast, this girl is yours from now on. Whether you torment or kill her, it's all up to you to decide. He was not satisfied with the victory in front of him and wanted to further irritate the leadership of Iceheart Valley and try to provoke them into making a rash decision. However, everyone from Iceheart Valley remained silent, just wearing despondent expressions, not even questioning Luo Li's decision. This made Qi Hua extremely disappointed, but also a bit contemptuous. The actions and attitudes of these people from Iceheart Valley may have been taken for the good of the sect, but they had lost all moral standing as a result. He believed that after this incident, the future Iceheart Valley would certainly not need to be feared. Wei Feng smiled deviously, the injuries on both his cheeks making his laughter somewhat weak as he spoke unclearly. How could Disciple torment or kill her? Disciple is completely unwilling to even hurt her. Disciple thanks Supreme Elder. Supreme Elder's might is truly unparalleled. Although Wei Feng was timid and weak, he was good at sucking up. So his few words further energized Qi Hua, and even made him feel this little brat was not so unpleasant to the eye. Good. Luo Hai clapped his hands with a faint smile on his face. This king congratulates you all. I hope your two sects can use this as an opportunity to further peace between you in the future. After all, it benefits no one for the two greatest forces on Scarlet Wave Star to constantly fight and kill one another. Brother Luo Hai, if you have nothing urgent to attend to, why not come back to Brilliant Flame Sect to share in the wedding festivities? Qi Hua looked at him and sent out an invitation. Luo Hai shook his head slowly. No, this king has been away for too long already. It is time he returned to Green Mountain Star. Iceheart Valley. Everyone looked at Qi Hua, seeing him boast and bluster in such a domineering fashion, but not daring to say anything. Even Luo Li adopted a stance of, what the eyes do not see, the heart does not grieve. Yang Kai, come with me. Luo Hai looked at Yang Kai and spoke in a tone that allowed no refusal. Yang Kai sneered slightly without even looking at him, his eyes sweeping across the faces of everyone from Iceheart Valley. All of them, however, set aside their gazes, with looks of guilt upon their faces. Even Ran Yun Ting was the same, but soon, she turned back and snapped back. You've brought this upon yourself, you have no one else to blame. Yang Kai sneered even more, gently patting the back of Su Yan's hand. Yang Kai said, Senior sister, go and salute these so-called elders of yours. From now on, you have nothing to do with them. Of course, I'll listen to you. Su Yan nodded obediently before stepping forward and sweeping her eyes across the Iceheart Valley elders. After bowing deeply, she lifted her head and spoke to Ran Yun Ting. This is the last time Disciple will call you Honored Master. Disciple offers here sincere thanks for Honored Master's generous teachings over these years. Please be well in the future, Honored Master. Ran Yun Ting opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately, she just turned her eyes away. Su Yan seemed to break free of the shackles binding her at that moment and returned to Yang Kai's side lightly. Little brat, don't be stubborn, just follow Brother Luo Hai obediently. As for this little girl next to you, she belongs to my Brilliant Flame sect from now on. Qi Hua coldly snorted. Yang Kai and Su Yan looked at each other and suddenly smiled at the same time, their smiles dispelling the oppressive atmosphere in the ice palace like a scorching sun. If you want to take away senior sister, you must first step over my corpse, Yang Kai suddenly said. At the same time, Su Yan's soft voice came out. I pledge to live and die together with junior brother. The momentum of the pair suddenly soared as their Saint Qi burst out. The Saint Qi of one person was of an extremely hot Yang attribute, while the other was extremely cold Yin attribute. An unexpected change appeared next, as Yang Kai and Su Yan's Saint Qi seemed to resonate and blend together. More violent energy fluctuations came out suddenly. Everyone's complexion changed slightly as they turned their eyes towards the young man and woman standing side by side in front of them in shock. Luo Hai's eyes flashed as well, a look of amazement filling his face as if he had just discovered something extraordinary. Luo Li, who had been closing her eyes tightly, opened them at that moment as a strong light flashed across their depths. Qi Hua also expressed surprise together with the other two Origin Kings present. From an outsider's perspective, Xianxia and Su Yan seemed to become a single entity at this moment, their second-order and first-order origin returning realm cultivations superimposing upon one another without the slightest conflict, directly reaching an intensity equivalent to the peak third order. Interesting, this is a dual cultivation technique, right? Luo Hai frowned. With his profound knowledge, it was natural for him to see at a glance that Xianxia and Su Yan had already reached an extremely deep level of connection. Otherwise, their two completely opposite Saint Qis would never have been able to merge together so perfectly. Bastard! Qi Hua shouted. In his opinion, Su Yan was already Wei Feng's woman, but this woman had apparently dual cultivated with Xianxia. This was nothing less than an insult to brilliant flame sect. Was retaining her purity not a prerequisite for cultivating the Ice Jade's secret art? How else could this scene be explained? As soon as Qi Hua's voice fell, a deafening roar suddenly sounded inside the ice palace. This roar was so deafening and majestic that it seemed to be able to shake the soul of any who heard it. When it rang out, everyone, including the three origin kings, felt their hearts jump. As for the Ice Heart Valley elders, all their expressions changed dramatically. This is... Luo Hai stood up, tremblingly as he stared at the change Xianxia was undergoing. A golden aura suddenly shot out from Xianxia's body and quickly transformed into a massive golden phantom. This phantom was more than 100 meters long and radiated a blinding golden light, its hard-scale armor shining like the strongest protection in the world, strong enough to resist any attack. Two eyes the size of small houses and filled with endless majesty and indifference appeared and seemed to look down loftily from above. Everyone felt a humble sense of insignificance before these eyes. A golden dragon. Luo Hai's eyes shot open as her tone of voice even rose slightly. Staring fiercely at this golden phantom, it was as if he was witnessing something absolutely impossible. Qi Hua stood in place, his eyes flashing with unreadable light. He had not imagined that such amazing wealth was hidden in Xianxia's body. Did Luo Hai chase this boy to Scarlet Wavestar because of this? No, looking at Luo Hai's face, he seems to have just learned about this as well. Did this little brat have other secrets as well? Before Qi Hua's thoughts could finish, however, another resounding voice rang out. This sound was not as shocking as the previous dragon roar, but it seemed capable of piercing the heavens themselves. Accompanied by this cry, another ray of light shot out from Xianxia's body and flew above Su Yan's head, transforming into a pure white phantom. Wah! This phantom unfurled its wings to a similar 100-meter length as the golden dragon, and a deep and profound chill suddenly filled the air. At that moment, the purest energy in the surrounding world began rapidly gathering towards Su Yan. Luo Li's expression changed dramatically this time, as she stared at the massive white phantom above Su Yan's head and exclaimed, "Ice Phoenix! What?" Luo Hai was thoroughly shocked this time and could no longer maintain his outwardly calm demeanor. The Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix were both legendary ancient divine spirits that had long gone extinct, but today, he saw both appear from Xianxia. Although this was not a real Golden Dragon or Ice Phoenix, the faint source fluctuations radiating from them could not be faked. In other words, these two phantoms possessed at least part of the source strength from a true Golden Dragon and Ice Phoenix that had died. Just how much untold wealth was there on this boy? Luo Hai looked at Xianxia with fiery eyes. The strange domain of scorching heat and frigid cold expanded as Xianxia and Su Yan stood side by side, an awe-inspiring aura radiating from their forms. Pillars of golden and white light shot into the sky, like two giant swords cutting through the heavens, parting the clouds in half. All of Ice Heart Valley bore witness to this spectacle as they stood dumbfounded in place, not knowing what was happening. The Ice Palace had become a ruin as the two completely opposite yet complementary energies burst out, shattering any kind of protective barriers and spirit arrays. The dozen or so elders from Ice Heart Valley were forced to circulate their secret arts to resist the pervasive scorching heat and ice-cold air. Wei Feng required Qi Hua's protection to simply keep his life. Out of everyone present, only the three origin kings could resist this horrible aura head-on without difficulty. Ran Yunting was stunned as she stared blankly at Su Yan at this moment, a deep feeling of regret surging up in her heart. She had told Yang Kai that Su Yan would fly from the branch to become a phoenix one day, and that someone like him was not worthy of her. But now Su Yan had done just that. With the power of a true ice phoenix's source, she was fully capable of utilizing the divine abilities and strengths of an ice phoenix, essentially becoming one herself. But all of this had been given to her by Yang Kai. The ice phoenix source had clearly flowed from Yang Kai's body to Su Yan's. In this world, the only being capable of standing on par and walking together with a phoenix was a dragon. Ran Yun Ting turned her gaze towards the massive golden dragon phantom above Yang Kai's head and formed a silent, bitter smile. The many elders from Iceheart Valley and even Luo Li herself wore similar expressions. Luo Li had never anticipated the situation developing like this. If she had known, she would never have agreed to Chi Hua's outrageous request, even if she needed to sacrifice all of Iceheart Valley as the price. What kind of heaven-defying opportunity was it to possess an ice phoenix's source? With this source, the backlash from the Ice Jade secret art was no problem at all. Su Yan would surely lead Iceheart Valley to a glorious future and reach heights she could only ever dream of. Such a talent was worth the entire sect using their lives to protect. But unfortunately, she had pushed her away like a useless pawn, just to maintain the sect's pitiful existence. The light in Luo Li's eyes suddenly became a little dim as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. She suddenly discovered that she had just made the biggest mistake of her life. Is this mine? Su Yan looked up at the huge ice phoenix phantom, and as if sensing her gaze, the ice phoenix, which should be nothing more than a remnant image, lowered its head and staring at Su Yan with its noble eyes, a look of kindness and approval flashing across them in the next instant. Everyone stared dumbfounded. With the ice phoenix source strength integrating into her body, Su Yan felt incredibly relaxed, and the backlash she had been suffering from the Ice Jade secret art was instantly resolved. The pure white phantom floating above her head felt like her own flesh and blood, merging perfectly with her form. In an instant, her skin became like polished white jade and her slender neck gained a porcelain-like sheen. At this moment, Su Yan's charm increased several levels, enough to entrance all living things. Even masters like Chi Hua and Luo Hai could not help losing their focus temporarily as they stared at Su Yan's dazzling radiance. I brought it with me from Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai nodded. The senior sister and junior brother pair talked with one another as if they were the only ones present, completely unfazed by their current situation. It feels so natural. Su Yan took a breath and closed her beautiful eyes, her heart resonating at that moment with the Ice Phoenix Phantom. The Ice Phoenix cried out happily, seemingly with infinite power, causing the icy air across all of Pure Ice Island to pulse in resonance. Soon, the ice-cold world energy within thousands of kilometers began flooding towards Su Yan's body, which absorbed it without any difficulty. Su Yan's own aura grew at a terrifying speed. Originally, she was at the peak of the First-Order Origin Returning Realm and, if Yang Kai had not appeared, would have been in the final stages of preparing to break through to the Second Order. But because of the backlash of the Ice Jade secret art, her cultivation had instead regressed slightly. Now, however, her cultivation began soaring upwards. Peak First Order, Second Order, Peak Second Order. Su Yan smashed through the barriers between these realms like they were made from rotting bamboo, only stopping at the Peak Second Order after some kind of external influence intervened. This interference naturally came from Yang Kai. At this moment, the two had formed a bizarre resonance, and with Yang Kai's cultivation having only reached the Peak Second Order Origin realm, Su Yan was also unable to continue improving, otherwise the balance between their Saint Chis would definitely be broken. However, everyone could tell that she still had plenty of energy to spare. She was more than capable of breaking through to the Third Order at this instant. Everyone was shocked as none of them had ever even heard of someone breaking through so quickly and without any hidden dangers. This could not be described as an opportunity anymore, only the word miracle was appropriate. Yang Kai just smiled lightly, as if all of this was within his expectations. A resonant dragon roar and phoenix cry sounded again, as the giant golden dragon and ice phoenix phantoms suddenly distorted, transformed into bright flashes of light, and poured into the bodies of Yang Kai and Su Yan. Around the senior sister and junior brother pair, A strange aura continued to linger, however. This aura was visible to the naked eye, with one half of it golden and the other white, the two halves pulsing with completely opposite attribute energies, but still merged together perfectly, giving off a momentum that far exceeded anything an origin-returning realm cultivator could achieve. No origin-returning realm master could work up the will to resist when faced with such an overwhelming aura. "This is your trump card?" Luo Hai's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai indifferently, stepping forward lightly from where he stood. Every time he took a step, however, Pure Ice Island seemed to shake, along with the hearts of everyone else on the island. With each step he took, his momentum also increased. Yang Kai's and Su Yan's golden and white yin-yang field could not suppress Luo Hai. Yang Kai still did not change his expression though, smiling as he watched his approaching enemy. "If this is your last card, then this king advises you to give it up. Your strength is indeed amazing, enough to be invincible below the Origin King realm, even giving you the capital to resist an ordinary First-Order Origin King." As soon as these words came out, both Qi Hua and Luo Li frowned. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, Luo Hai was telling the truth. Both of them felt some slight pressure when facing the current Yang Kai and Su Yan pair, as if fighting with them would be tricky, and even if they could ultimately win, they would have to pay a huge price to do so. This was nothing short of astonishing. Origin Kings were the peak of this world, and any Origin King could sweep away Origin Realm cultivators with ease, no matter how many of them they faced. Yang Kai and Su Yan being capable of fighting an ordinary Origin King with only their own power went beyond the limits of conventional thinking. Out of everyone present, only Luo Hai had the qualifications to disdain the current Yang Kai and Su Yan. "Boy, obediently follow this king and I promise not to kill you." Luo Hai looked at Yang Kai sternly, no longer keeping up his previous act. "You won't regret it unless you see your coffin, it seems. Luo Hai, I had no grievance or grudge with you, but you have continued to pursue me doggedly and forced my hand. Good, today, I'll kill you, so I can avoid any trouble with you in the future." Yang Kai shouted. "Kill me?" Luo Hai seemed to have heard some funny joke and laughed loudly. "It seems that your self-confidence is overwhelming, but do you think you can kill me like this? This king will let you understand what it means to be a true Origin King." As soon as these words fell, a bizarre force suddenly spread out towards Yang Kai and Su Yan. Domain. A Star Master level domain at that. The earth suddenly creaked, and at the original location of the Ice Palace, fissures began opening, as if the world itself was about to collapse under the effects of Luo Hai's domain. "Brother Luo Hai, this old master will assist you," Qi Hua yelled and at the same time released his domain, putting even more pressure on Yang Kai and Su Yan. Luo Hai glanced at him but didn't raise any objections. He naturally knew what Qi Hua was thinking. Qi Hua simply did not want him to monopolize all the benefits this brat had to offer for himself, so he decided to help in an attempt to get a piece of the pie. Luo Hai was not bothered by this though. All he wanted was Yang Kai's secrets. As for the girl named Su Yan, although her Ice Phoenix source was an incredible treasure as well, it was incompatible with his cultivation method, so it was useless to him. As soon as the domains of two Origin King Realm Masters came out, the faces of the Ice Heart Valley Elders changed dramatically. Luo Li hurriedly released her own domain to offset the pressure on them, and at the same time shouted, "Withdraw!" If they did not leave immediately, these elders would be injured. Bing Long, Ran Yun Ting, and all the others did not say a word as they quickly used their movement skills to leave this place, leaping back 1,000 meters and flying up into the sky. From their position, they all looked down in shock, leaving only Luo Li standing close to the strange standoff with a complicated expression on her face. Luo Li had no intention to interfere, and could only let out a sigh as she stared at Yang Kai and Su Yan full of regret. "Senior sister, are you ready?" Even with two Origin King Realm Masters suppressing them with their domains, Yang Kai remained calm and relaxed. After experiencing the blood prison trial, he had become accustomed to the intensity and influence of domain. Such a domain alone could not crush him, and so long as he did not fall, neither would Su Yan. "I am." Su Yan nodded. The two of them were one in body and mind, so there was no need for Yang Kai to explain anything more, With just a thought, Su Yan understood what he was going to do. Then our fight begins now. Yang Kai grinned, turned his head, and stared at Luo Hai coldly. Luo Hai, today you die. As soon as these words fell, a strange token suddenly appeared in his hand. This token was black, made from some unidentifiable material, and was somewhat unremarkable. But as soon as this token appeared, Luo Hai brow jumped as a feeling of terror suddenly gripped his heart. This is... Luo Hai stared at the token with uncertainty for a moment before finally shouting, Emperor Pressure! A Star Emperor token. There was a faint, almost imperceptible aura coming from this token, but it was enough to cause Luo Hai's face to pale. Also, the character for Emperor was clearly emblazoned on this token, allowing Luo Hai to understand what Yang Kai's final card was. He possessed a Star Emperor token, and it was a still intact Star Emperor token. Rumors had it that the Starry Sky Great Emperor lived thousands of years ago and reigned supreme over the star field, leaving behind many legendary tales before at some point simply vanishing without a trace. However, during the Great Emperor's time, he refined 9 Star Emperor tokens and sealed one of his divine abilities inside each one. This divine ability was enough to kill any origin king in mere breaths, a level of power impossible for any master in the star field to achieve. Star Emperor tokens were just the stuff of legends for ordinary cultivators, most of whom had no idea whether they even really existed or not. However, masters at Luo Hai's level knew full well that the Star Emperor tokens really did exist. It was an open secret amongst top-level powerhouses that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce possessed a Star Emperor token, but theirs had already been unsealed, only retaining barely any Emperor pressure. If an origin king wore a Star Emperor token on their body and perceived the Emperor pressure it gave off for many years, it increased their chances of comprehending a higher heavenly way and martial Tao. As such, Luo Hai recognized the token in Yang Kai's hand immediately and became unnerved. Not good, Luo Hai exclaimed. Brother Qihua, kill them quickly. They must not be allowed to unseal that Star Emperor token. Qihua shivered as a trace of determination and cruelty flashed across his eyes. Biting his tongue, Qihua spat out a mouthful of his blood essence, which immediately transformed into a raging ball of flame that shot towards Yang Kai and Su Yan. He was a decisive man and understood that if he hesitated for an instant here, he would suffer unbearable consequences, so he had not hesitated to use his blood essence to deliver an overwhelming attack. He only wanted to kill Yang Kai and Su Yan as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the Star Emperor token was unsealed, he would be defeated in an instant. The great emperor's prestige was so great that none dared challenge his might. While Qihua took action, Luo Hai also acted, summoning a long sword-like artifact. The surface of this sword shone brightly, like moonlight, and exuded an aura of an Origin King-grade artifact. Luo Hai poured his Saint Qi into this sword, causing it to tremble slightly before his figure flickered and he suddenly disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Yang Kai, piercing his sword towards the latter's heart. Yang Kai just stood on the spot and sneered lightly, unafraid of the deadly threats approaching, as he poured his Saint Qi madly into the Star Emperor token in his hand. The world suddenly shook, as if the end of all creation had arrived, and an ancient and terrifying aura filled the air. At that moment on Scarlet Wave Star, every bird in flight fell from the sky, and every beast on the ground curled up and cowered. In giant cities, small villages, headquarters of powerful sects, and homes of tiny families, trillions of people all felt a terrifying aura press on their hearts. This pressure was so horrifying it felt as if they would die at any moment. Regardless of how old or young, weak or strong they were, every last living creature on Scarlet Wave Star dripped with cold sweat as they collapsed to the ground and were unable to stand up for quite some time, their strength completely drained in an instant. Fortunately, this oppressive aura disappeared as fast as it had appeared. Otherwise, billions of injuries and deaths would have been suffered on Scarlet Wave Star. On Pure Ice Island, where its main ice palace once stood, above Yang Kai and Su Yan, a giant pair of illusory closed eyes suddenly appeared. At the same time, Yang Kai and Su Yan were surrounded by a kind of invisible force which even divine sense could not detect. The attack fueled by Qi Hua burning his blood essence, and the sword which Luo Hai had stabbed out, were both blocked by this invisible force, without so much as a ripple being created. Impossible! Luo Hai cried out in horror. With his second-order origin king cultivation, he was unable to scratch Yang Kai even with an artifact, and all this was due to the appearance of this pair of closed eyes. This was simply unacceptable to him. The great emperor was only a character from legend to ordinary people, but masters like Luo Hai knew he was a real existence, and many had been working hard their entire lives to find pieces of his inheritance while trying to surpass his position as the strongest cultivator to ever exist. In their hearts, the great emperor was only somewhat more tyrannical in terms of cultivation, not some invincible existence. Luo Hai also held similar thoughts, that the great emperor was just a master at the very peak of the third-order origin king realm, and that one day he would be able to stand side by side with him, possibly even surpassing him. But today, he finally understood that the great emperor had reached a level completely beyond his reach, completely surpassing the origin king realm, reaching some unknown and terrifying realm. His pride and arrogance took a significant hit. The closed pair of eyes slowly opened a moment later. Luo Li's face finally changed as she no longer dared to remain in place, her tender body flickering as she fled like a frightened rabbit, moving several thousand meters back from where the ice palace once stood. The floating pair of eyes fully opened soon after, and their clear and flawless pupils radiated an overwhelming sense of majesty. Moreover, Luo Hai and Qi Hua were extremely surprised to see that these eyes clearly belonged to a woman. Could the legendary Starry Sky Great Emperor have been a woman? This kind of stray thought pricked the hearts of the two origin kings and left them in a state of disbelief. These beautiful eyes stared at Luo Hai and Qi Hua coldly, without any emotion, like they were nothing but a pair of ants. Qi Hua let out a pitiful cry in the next instant and was sent flying, as if he had suffered a crushing blow, blood spraying from his mouth as he tumbled through the air. His domain was suddenly shattered. As for Wei Feng, who was being protected by Qi Hua the whole time, his body was shredded into a paste, leaving him without even a complete corpse. A cracking sound resounded through the air and in Luo Hai's heart. There were signs that his domain was also on the verge of collapsing. It seemed these indifferent eyes contained a supreme might which the so-called masters present were completely powerless against. Luo Hai's face turned pale as blood began leaking from the corners of his mouth and his body staggered. However, thanks to his significantly higher cultivation, he managed to stand his ground. After this pair of beautiful eyes gave a casual glance, they vanished, as if they had never even appeared. At the same time, an overwhelming emperor pressure poured into Yang Kai and Su Yan. This was a power that did not exist naturally in this world and radiated an aura which made all of creation bow its head. This was the power of the great emperor. Yang Kai let out a burst of thunderous laughter that seemed to contain some kind of strange force which shocked Luo Hai's mind, causing his knowledge sea to roil and become unsteady. Just after Qi Hua stood firm, hearing this laughter, his face grew paler. Gold and white qi wrapped around Yang Kai and Su Yan's figures as dragon roars and phoenix cries constantly resounded. But this mix of yin and yang qi was now on a completely different scale compared to before. Although the yin and yang qis earlier were already powerful enough to threaten an ordinary first-order origin king, it was still negligible before Luo Hai. But the current gold and white qi had become so powerful it caused Luo Hai to feel a sense of panic. It seemed that after unsealing the Star Emperor token, an overwhelming power had poured into Yang Kai and Su Yan. Suddenly, the yin and yang qis completely merged into one. In everyone's field of vision, Yang Kai and Su Yan disappeared, leaving behind only a blinding ball of light. Qi Hua, you die first. Yang Kai's cold voice sounded from the mass of light, and in the next moment, it flashed forward towards Qi Hua. Qi Hua's face changed drastically as he cried out in horror, "Brother Luo Hai, save me!" At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands and desperately pushed his Saint Qi to form a protective barrier before himself. This Saint Qi was so thick and dense that it was almost tangible. But Qi Hua did not stop there. He continued to summon an Origin King-grade defensive artifact which seemed to be wrapped in flame in the next instant as well. However, all his efforts were in vain. When the mass of light approached, the first thing to be broken was his Origin King grade defensive artifact, which had transformed into a wall of flames. This was a unique artifact and a rare treasure to the entire star field. However, it was easily shattered. Inside the mass of light, a golden dragon and ice phoenix phantom swam about, displaying a majestic and noble dance. The mass of light swiftly passed by Qihua. Qihua stood motionless, staring blankly into space, a look of horror remaining on his face. This old master regrets. Qihua's words remained unfinished as a dazzling light burst from his body, pouring out from his pores, making him look like a glowing hedgehog. Honk! With a loud bang, Qihua's body exploded into a blood mist that splashed out across the ground. High up in the sky, gasps sounded as the Ice Heart Valley elders inhaled sharply, all of them revealing frightened and alarmed expressions. Qihua, a First-Order Origin King Realm Master, was unable to resist a single blow from Yang Kai and Su Yan, who were using the power sealed inside the Star Emperor token, resulting in his instant death. It was likely that not even the most powerful Third-Order Origin King would possess such phenomenal strength. Luo Li's tender body trembled as a hint of amazement flashed across the depths of her beautiful eyes, along with an incredible amount of regret. She could understand Qihua's mood just before he died and knew what it was that he was regretting. Qihua regretted, but how could she not as well? Had she known the situation would develop like this, how could she have violated her own convictions and feigned ignorance today? If she had known things would turn out like this, she would have done everything in her power to protect Yang Kai and Su Yan, even if she died in the process. Luo Li sighed deeply. Ice Heart Valley was destined not to rise. A heaven-sent opportunity was laid out in front of her, but she had turned a blind eye to it and even pushed it away, so what use was there in regretting now? Now, she could only hope that this young man still took into consideration the fact that Su Yan was once an Ice Heart Valley disciple, and after solving his immediate trouble would not turn his anger on them. For it he did. Today would be the day of Ice Heart Valley's destruction. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Mad laughter suddenly rang out, causing Luo Li to frown and turn, only to discover that Ran Yun Ting was its source. Although she was laughing, the expression on her face was filled with endless bitterness and regret. From the moment she decided to give up Su Yan, and Su Yan called her honored master for the final time, she was destined to spend the rest of her life in regret. Luo Hai, it's your turn. Yang Kai's voice rang out from inside the mass of light again, and an intense murderous intent surged towards Luo Hai. Luo Hai's face changed drastically as he found he had still underestimated the terrifying power of the Star Emperor token. Qihua being killed in a single blow was something even he could not accomplish. In other words, he was completely outmatched. Star Force, come to me. Luo Hai's expression fluctuated as he gave up any last hesitation and shouted. He knew that trying to negotiate with Yang Kai was useless. He knew too many of this boy's secrets, so it was absolutely impossible for them to simply part ways. What's more, after Yang Kai had used a treasure as precious as a Star Emperor token, how could he settle for not killing him? It was better to go all out in a fight than humiliate himself by begging. Somewhere in the distant star field, Green Mountain's star flickered, and the unparalleled power from its very source blasted out, leapt across the barriers of space, and arrived on Scarlet Wave Star where it poured into Luo Hai's body. Luo Hai's power and momentum surged, and his second-order Origin King Cultivation rose to the very brink of the Third Order in an instant. As soon as this was complete, he fled towards the distance without looking back. He had used his star source support to escape, not even having the courage to confront Yang Kai and Su Yan head-on. You want to run? Yang Kai laughed as the mass of light flickered and ripples of space force spread out, allowing him to instantly overtake Luo Hai, where he released a blast of light towards him that contained terrifying power. Luo Hai was shocked, and the Origin King grade artifact in his hand flashed, releasing a blade of light which seemed capable of cutting through the heavens. With the silent collision, space collapsed, and the sword wave was scattered, but the remaining power of the light blast still forced Luo Hai back a few thousand meters and had turned his face pale. In their very first frontal exchange, he had suffered a small loss. Stabilizing his figure and using the momentum he gained from being thrown out, Luo Hai continued to flee towards the star field. The light mass which contained Yang Kai and Su Yan flickered once again and appeared in front of Luo Hai mysteriously. "Boy, don't go too far." Luo Hai was so angry he coughed up blood. Although he knew that Yang Kai cultivated the Tao of space, he never thought he would be toyed with in such a manner by it. Those who cultivated the Tao of space had unique advantages in both escaping and pursuing others. If this were not the case, Luo Hai would have caught Yang Kai a year ago rather than allowing him to escape to Scarlet Wavestar. "Now you want to talk about going too far? Why didn't you think of this when you chased me across the star field? It's useless to say anything more. Today you die." A massive void crack suddenly formed, like the giant maw of an ancient beast, and bit towards Luo Hai, as if trying to swallow him whole. Luo Hai didn't dare meet this attack and could only dodge desperately while searching for an opportunity to escape. On Pure Ice Island, countless disciples shivered as the sturdy barriers all around them had long been destroyed by the terrifying explosions. The current Pure Ice Island was almost completely undefended. Luo Li's face darkened when she realized this and shouted in a low voice, "Quickly make all disciples enter the underground secret rooms for refuge." Bing Long was also in a daze, but quickly reacted to these words and took out a communication artifact she then poured her divine sense into. In short order, all of Ice Heart Valley's disciples received the order and fled to the sect's underground chambers. Only Bing Long and the dozen or so elders remained beside Luo Li as they shivered, watching the terrifying battle taking place in front of them. Only with Luo Li protecting them did they have the courage to stand where they were. Above the clouds, at a location beyond where their eyes could reach, two extraordinary auras were clashing. These belonged to Yang Kai, Su Yan, and Luo Hai. Although the elders were unable to see the situation from where they stood, from the pitiful cries Luo Hai let out from time to time, it was easy to infer he was at a complete disadvantage. From the clouds above, drops of blood which contained immense energy rained down occasionally, each droplet like a round gem that smashed open large craters whenever they hit the ground. This was the blood of an Origin King Realm Master. "Supreme Elder." Bing Long trembled. "What is the situation now?" Luo Li's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared into the void and whispered, "Luo Hai's fate looks grim." The crowd was terrified when they heard this and could barely believe their ears. Luo Hai was a second-order Origin King, so even if his opponent was a third-order Origin King, he would likely not die. With Luo Hai's strength, even if he could not defeat his opponent, he should be able to make an escape and stage a comeback. However, Luo Li had evaluated Luo Hai's fate as grim. This was indirectly saying it was highly likely that Luo Hai would die here today. Could it be that Yang Kai and Su Yan, who united in body and mind, now had combat power that exceeded a third-order Origin King? Was this the true might of a Star Emperor token? For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Yang Kai's laughter echoed through the sky again, accompanied by a litany of Luo Hai's angry curses. The entire sky was in chaos, as waves of space force distorted the battlefield and massive void cracks shuttled back and forth, swallowing everything in their path. Red blood constantly splashed and fell on the icy peaks of Pure Ice Island. The devastating energy released from the clash caused many ice peaks to collapse and threw all of Pure Ice Island into chaos. Bing Long and the others were deeply shocked as this kind of battle had rapidly moved into a realm they could no longer comprehend. Even if they wanted to watch, they could not see anything clearly or even feel anything aside from the fallout, making it impossible for them to gain any insight from it. Only Luo Li could barely see something. However, as time passed, the space and the flow of energy up in the sky grew more chaotic, to the point even she could not follow the situation. Luo Hai's curses had long ago ceased as he seemingly lacked the spare energy to even do that. However, his aura was obviously weakening. Death! Suddenly, Yang Kai's shout rang out, together with Luo Hai's panic screams. A shocking explosion occurred that sent out powerful shockwaves in the next moment. Large amounts of blood fell from the sky like rain, together with some broken limbs and hashed meat. The aura belonging to Luo Hai suddenly vanished. Luo Li's pupils shrank to the size of needle tips as her tender body could not help trembling. She was well aware of what had just happened. The earth-shaking battle subsided at that moment, but the elders of Ice Heart Valley did not dare to even breath, all of them staring up into the sky in horror. The chaotic battlefield began to clear as the massive void cracks slowly repaired themselves. Gradually, a ball of light that was a blend of gold and white appeared before everyone's vision. While there was no sign of Luo Hai anywhere to be seen, there seemed to be a gaze projecting from the mass of light, overlooking everything below it. This gaze was cold and merciless, with a hint of murderous intent mixed into it. All those who fell under this gaze could not help shuddering. Luo Li could not stop herself from inhaling sharply as she felt her heart leap up into her throat. However, she soon felt relieved as this cold gaze quickly turned away, and a shocking dragon roar and phoenix cry sounded before the mass of light flashed and suddenly disappeared. No one knew where it had gone. The elders of Ice Heart Valley were unable to regain their composure for quite some time, and none of them dared to speak, all of them simply releasing their divine senses to carefully survey their surroundings. It was not until half a day later, as the mass of light still did not appear, that they gradually relaxed. Yang Kai apparently had no intentions of acting ruthlessly. Otherwise, Pure Ice Island would definitely have been filled with rivers of blood. Green Mountain Star Master Shrine. In the center of the Star Master Shrine there was a huge square, and at the center of this square stood a statue about 100 meters tall. This statue was carved extremely vividly and possessed an almost lifelike charm. The statue was naturally of Luo Hai. As a Star Master, Luo Hai had such a privilege. This statue was a symbol of his status as Green Mountain Star's Star Master. Below the statue, many cultivators sat cross-legged and seemed to be comprehending something from the statue. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. This cracking was immediately noticed, and the cultivators sitting in front of the statue frowned, opened their eyes, and looked around, wondering where this sound came from. But none of them were able to discover where it originated. Just as they were about to close their eyes and continue their comprehension, however, another cracking sound occurred, this time clearer than before. It was at this point that everyone finally turned their heads up towards the giant statue. After a single glance, everyone was thoroughly stunned. Sir Luo Hai's statue has cracked. What? Impossible. How could there be cracks in Sir Luo Hai's statue? This statue is closely connected to the star source and Sir Luo Hai's own aura. Since it's cracked, could Sir Luo Hai be in some kind of danger? Nonsense. Sir Luo Hai is Green Mountain Star's Star Master and has profound cultivation. How could he have encountered any kind of danger? Oh, there really is a crack. News spread like the wind and instantly forced all the cultivators who were present seeking enlightenment to awaken. These thousands of cultivators all looked up, and seeing the cracks gradually increase and widen, they could not help feeling stunned and panicked. Everyone, rest assured, Sir Luo Hai is Green Mountain Star's Star Master. Even if he encounters danger, he will surely be able to overcome it and come back safely. There's no need to panic. Exactly. How could a master like Sir Luo Hai fall so easily? Don't make a fuss. Someone immediately agreed, obviously admiring Luo Hai extremely. However, as soon as this person's voice fell, the huge human-shaped statue suddenly released a loud noise and burst apart, with giant pieces of it falling to the ground. The closer cultivators gawked in shock, but quickly their eyes shrank, and they used their movement skills to flee. Hong long long. When the statue collapsed, the entire square shook as a cloud of dust flew up into the air. At the same time, all of Green Mountain Star seemed to tremble, and all those who possessed slightly higher strength immediately noticed that the world energy of Green Mountain Star seemed to be weaker than before. Sir Luo Hai fell. Atop the square, thousands of cultivators with different levels of cultivation realized what had happened after experiencing a brief period of silence and consternation. With this statue being closely connected to Luo Hai and the star source of Green Mountain Star, if the statue was destroyed, there was only one plausible explanation. Luo Hai died. No one could believe it. How could such a powerful cultivator like Luo Hai die? Who did it? Which bastard did it? Someone tell me now so I can rip him into 10,000 pieces. Someone shouted angrily as his face twisted in rage. Whoever killed Sir Luo Hai is the eternal enemy to all of Green Mountain Star. Everyone, we must punish the criminal. In the square, countless cultivators roared with indignation. Luo Hai had nothing to do with most of them, and most had never even met him before, but he was still the Star Master of Green Mountain Star. With the Star Master falling, Green Mountain Star would also be affected. The drop in world energy density on the star could not be recovered in short order, unless another Origin King came to Green Mountain Star and successfully refined its star source, that is. In other words, the fall of Luo Hai had caused a certain degree of loss to every cultivator on Green Mountain Star. Whoever killed Luo Hai was naturally their enemy now. As many cultivators shouted angrily, others wore solemn expressions as they took out their communication artifacts, poured their divine senses into them, and sent the shocking news to their relatives and friends. One day later, everyone on Green Mountain Star knew that Star Master Luo Hai had fallen. After 1 month, the news spread throughout the star field. The entire star field shook. There were many different opinions about Luo Hai's death. Some people claimed that one of the star field's old monsters who had not shown their face for thousands of years had killed Luo Hai. Others said that Luo Hai broke into some dangerous place and failed to escape. As for what the truth was, no one knew. However, this was still explosive news. The number of Origin Kings in the star field was not very large, and the death of any of them was a sensational event. What's more, the Star Master of Green Mountain Star, Luo Hai, who died this time, was a second-order Origin King. News soon reached Scarlet Wave Star, where Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder Luo Li had ordered all disciples of the sect not to leak a word of what happened that day. Otherwise, she would personally take action to clean up the sect. Naturally, none dared challenge her command. In all honesty, only the top dozen or so Ice Heart Valley elders actually knew what transpired that day, while the ordinary disciples knew nothing. They only knew that a terrifying battle had suddenly erupted over Pure Ice Island. But as for who was fighting, and what the outcome of the battle was, they were completely in the dark. Pure Ice Island, inside a rebuilt ice palace. All the leaders of Ice Heart Valley gathered. Luo Li sat at the head of the hall with Bing Long, Ran Yun Ting, and the other elders all sitting to either side of her, while one elder was reporting on the progress of restoring the various barriers and spirit arrays on the island. The last shocking battle had destroyed almost every barrier around Pure Ice Island, so the disciples had been busy repairing all of them until today, when they finally finished. However, the collapsed ice peaks could never be returned to their former glory. Fortunately, the disciples had all evacuated early, so there were no casualties, the only bit of good news from the entire incident. Luo Li kept her eyes closed until the elder finished her report before gently nodding but not speaking. Bing Long glanced at her, then turned to look at another person and asked, 13th Elder? Is there any news about that person? Hearing this, 13th Elder Yu Xueqing shook her head solemnly. No, we looked for him for an entire year before but never found any trace of him. If he had not shown up at that time of his own accord, we might still be unable to find him. This time, if he wants to deliberately conceal his location, there is nothing we can do to find him. Bing Long sighed. There's no need to look for him. Luo Li suddenly opened her eyes and said lightly, Supreme Elder. He doesn't want us to find him, so how could we? Besides, after such a battle, he must be busy healing. Healing? Bing Long and the others raised their brows as they looked a little surprised, but they quickly understood. What Supreme Elder means is, he used a power far beyond his own means, so he clearly must have paid a heavy price as well, Luo Li said lightly. So, he's currently wounded? Ran Yun Ting's eyes lit up and a hint of eagerness flashed across her face. If that is the case, then we could. Before she could finish her words, however, Luo Li suddenly opened her eyes and shot her a cold glare, causing Ran Yun Ting to immediately fall silent, unable to speak a word. My Ice Heart Valley enduring until this day has not been easy, and my most earnest wish is not to make Ice Heart Valley rise, but to ensure our ancestral foundation is not destroyed. Do you understand? Luo Li's beautiful eyes swept around, revealing an endless majesty. Everyone shivered as they understood the meaning of Luo Li's words, quickly getting up and respectfully saying, Disciple understands. As long as you understand, Don't go provoking disaster for Ice Heart Valley. Ran Yun Ting's face turned pale as she tremblingly spoke. Disciple knows her wrongs. Luo Li nodded lightly, satisfied with her attitude before suddenly smiling. Let all those who we sent out to look for him return. He will come back on his own eventually. He'll come back. One elder's complexion changed drastically. The day Yang Kai killed Luo Hai in battle, he had truly frightened them. So the thought that he would return to Pure Ice Island again at some point suddenly made them a little nervous. Bing Long seemed to understand and smiled. He left someone here on Pure Ice Island, so naturally he'll come back for her. Ran Yun Ting thought for a while before positing, Valley Master means that disciple named Xianxia? And Xianxia and Su Yen joined Ice Heart Valley together and share a very close relationship. So even if Yang Kai doesn't want to return, Su Yen will definitely come back. Should we try talking to Xianxia? Ran Yun Ting frowned. This queen has already tried to speak with her a few days ago. Bing Long gave a wry smile. Oh? And what did she say? Does she know the whereabouts of Yang Kai and Su Yen, or what Yang Kai's attitude towards our Ice Heart Valley is? Ran Yun Ting asked. Although this queen went to find her, she was unable to meet her. A slightly embarrassed look appeared on Bing Long's face. What happened? All the elders were surprised. Yang Kai left that stone man to guard her. When this queen tried to approach, she was beaten back by that stone man. Bing Long explained with a wry smile and some slight fear on her face. If it wasn't for Xianxia hastily stopping it at that time, this queen may have been wounded. That stone man is so strong? Ran Yun Ting's face changed drastically. She too had seen the stone man. When she ordered Bing Dai to kill Xianxia, it was the stone man who protected Xianxia. But at that time, all her attention was focused on Yang Kai and Su Yen, so she hadn't paid much attention to the strange creature. Now, however, from Bing Long's description, it seemed this stone man was quite extraordinary in its own right. In a head-on confrontation, I am not its opponent, Bing Long declared solemnly. Gasps sounded throughout the hall. Bing Long was the strongest master among all of Ice Heart Valley's origin-returning realm cultivators. Even taking all of Scarlet Wavestar into consideration, she was one of the greatest masters, but if even she was not the stone man's opponent, didn't that mean it was close to an origin king in strength? Just what kind of existence was it? Everyone turned their eyes to Luo Li, hoping that she could enlighten them. Don't look at me, I don't know the origins of that stone man either. Perhaps it is a puppet that survived since ancient times, or perhaps it is an independent life form of some kind. Even Supreme Elder does not know what it is. Everyone was shocked. They always thought Supreme Elder was almost omnipotent, but today, that illusion was broken. And the root of all of this was none other than Yang Kai. That disciple called Xianxia must still hold some gratitude in her heart towards Ice Heart Valley. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stopped that stone man from attacking Bing Long. Don't bother her anymore. Just ask someone to attend to her needs. Yang Kai and Su Yen will come here again and take her away soon enough. Yes. Bing Long nodded respectfully. When he appears next time, make sure not to act disrespectful again. Luo Li left this sentence before her figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. The elders all exchanged silent glances before they dispersed, leaving only Ran Yun Ting behind, who was still wallowing in endless regret. Inside the sealed world bead, in the loft where Xia Ning Chong lived before, Yang Kai and Su Yen sat cross-legged across from one another, their palms overlapping. Saint Qi flowed between the two of them and blended together, forming a profound and endless cycle. Both of their faces were slightly pale. The battle with Luo Hai might have seemed simple and easy, but in order to use such terrifying power, both Yang Kai and Su Yen had paid a huge price. It was for this reason that after that great battle, Yang Kai left Ice Heart Valley immediately, not even stopping to pick up Xianxia, and went to find a place to recover. Luo Li's insight was quite sharp. Fortunately, he had only used the Star Emperor token after joining forces with Su Yen, so even though the cost paid was enormous, with the two of them sharing the burden, it was not unbearable. Yang Kai felt quite lucky. If Su Yen had not shared the burden with him this time, and he had instead used the Star Emperor token all on his own, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The power of the great emperor was not something he could bear. Around the two of them, Saint crystal sources were scattered, and several empty jade bottles lay nearby, all the pills inside of them already taken. Pure energy poured into the two of them as they carefully healed their wounds. As time passed, their complexions gradually recovered and the fluctuations in their auras slowly stabilized. One day, Yang Kai exhaled a long breath and opened his eyes. Facing him were Su Yan's beautiful eyes. The two smiled at each other. After more than 3 months of healing, they had finally recovered. "Junior brother, did you break through?" Su Yan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. "It seems so." Yang Kai only then realized the changes he had undergone. Before the battle with Luo Hai, he had reached the peak of the second-order origin returning realm, and after the first battle he had broken through and reached the third order. Truthfully, he didn't even know when he broke through. It may have been that the great emperor's divine might was too great, so when he took it into his body, it shattered his bottleneck all on its own without him realizing. Moreover, his current cultivation was extremely stable, so Yang Kai did not need to spend any time consolidating it. "You did as well." Yang Kai looked at Su Yan and suddenly found that her cultivation realm was the same as his own, having reached the third order as well. Su Yan smiled. The light from the entire world seemed to gather on Su Yan, making her look even more noble and glamorous. Yang Kai could not help staring for a while before stretching out his hand to hold hers, his emotions rising rapidly. Su Yan blushed, naturally aware of what he was thinking, and managed to mutter haltingly, "Honored master and everyone else are waiting outside." Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate, and quickly discovered that his acquaintances and friends had already heard the news and were now waiting outside. The masters of the human, monster, and demon races were waiting silently outside the loft. Yang Kai scratched his cheeks for a moment before making up his mind and grinning. "They've waited for so long already. There's no need to rush out and see them." Saying so, he leapt like a wolf onto Su Yan and pinned her to the ground. When the loft door opened, Yang Kai and Su Yan appeared in front of Ling Tai Su and the others. Everyone ran forward and asked about their situation, while Xianing Chang's beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety and concern. On that day, Yang Kai and Su Yan suddenly appeared inside the sealed world bead, with both their auras fluctuating wildly, as if they had been seriously injured. Naturally, Xianing Chang was shocked and quickly arranged a place for them to heal their injuries while at the same time spreading the news. That was 3 months ago, and only now had the two of them emerged. "Yang Kai, are you two all right?" Ling Tai Su asked first. "I've worried Grand Master unnecessarily. Disciple is fine now." "Smelly brat, you almost worried your mother to death." Yang Yingfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, he wanted to say that he was worried, but feeling like that would make him lose face, he quickly pushed that charge onto Dong Suzhu. Dong Suzhu stood beside Yang Yingfeng, biting her red lips, her nose sniffling slightly as big tears threatened to leak from her eyes, seemingly wanting to cry but not daring to make a sound. "Mother, don't worry. I'm fine." "Really?" Yang Kai grinned and thumped his chest strongly to prove he was healthy. Seeing this, Dong Suzhu finally could not hold back and began weeping loudly. If it were not for the presence of so many people, she would likely have rushed forward, embraced her son into her arms, and refused to let go for some time. "Little brat." Yang Yingfeng became irritated and glared at Yang Kai. "Why are you shouting? Who said you could shout?" Dong Suzhu punched him with her pair of delicate fists. "Why are you shouting at my son?" Yang Yingfeng's face turned dark, thinking, "He's not just your son but mine too, and he wouldn't lose anything from being shouted at a bit." The entire matter quickly became noisy. However, depressed as he was from all the injustice, Yang Yingfeng knew not to say anything and simply allowed Dong Suzhu to punch him, not daring to move away. Meeting a group of relatives and friends after so long, it was easy to feel their care and concern. Yang Kai's body and mind both felt warmed by this sight. He reaffirmed that his decision to return to Tongxian realm and bring out all these people was the correct one, despite the difficulties it had involved. A great tree needed strong roots, just as a flowing river needed a source. These people from Tongxian realm were Yang Kai's. Wood without roots and water without a source were destined to dry out quickly. Inside the sealed world bead, in order to celebrate the return of Su Yan, the three clans put on a grand and extremely lively banquet. During the banquet, drinks were pushed around constantly, and no matter what one's cultivation or age was, they all became swept up in the festive atmosphere. Yang Kai was nearly drowned by all the toasts from the three clans' masters, causing him to wake up the next day with a splitting headache. Afterwards, Yang Kai stayed with his parents for 2 more days to fulfill his filial piety duties before leaving the sealed world bead. Before leaving, however, Yang Kai taught Su Yan the monster transformation secret art. Now that Su Yan possessed the Ice Phoenix source, she too could cultivate the monster transformation and slowly develop the source strength inside her body to strengthen herself. He also gave her the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal. This supreme treasure had originally been used to hold the sun's true essence, and although it was now no longer useful to Yang Kai, it was an extremely useful auxiliary cultivation tool to Su Yan. With the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, Su Yan's cultivation speed should increase by at least 30%. With everything arranged, Yang Kai flew towards Ice Heart Valley again. Pure Ice Island had returned to its original tranquility. The disciples seemed to have recovered from the aftermath of the shocking war that erupted several months ago and had now resumed their regular cultivation, spending their days calmly and peacefully. On the outer island, below a certain ice peak, a woman in a white dress was sweeping a small ice road when suddenly a gust of wind rushed past and she couldn't help shivering as an inexplicable sense of panic rose from her heart. She looked up suspiciously and scanned her surroundings, but ultimately found nothing. Feeling doubtful, she checked around herself for a while longer, but after still discovering nothing, she simply shook her head and continued to clean the ice road. In front of an ice peak not far from this woman, a figure mysteriously appeared. This figure walked forward towards a certain ice room, and after a short time, he arrived at his destination. Looking at the barrier in front of him, barring his path, this figure smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and slashed towards the space. A series of ripples emerged as the barrier split open and he walked directly inside. Inside the ice room, Xianxia sat cross-legged on the ground, her delicate cheeks resting on her hands as she stared at the stone puppet in front of her. She seemed to be very interested in the stone puppet. Yang Kai and Su Yan had killed 2 origin kings with shocking methods that day, then immediately retreated, leaving her behind. Xianxia had no complaints about this though, as she could vaguely tell that Yang Kai and Su Yan were both injured during this battle and had no leeway to remain. What's more, even though Yang Kai left, this weird stone puppet remained to guard her. So Xianxia certainly wouldn't have any complaints. She also knew that Yang Kai and Su Yan would definitely return to Ice Heart Valley to take her away at some point. These days, Xianxia had remained behind closed doors, looking forward to the day she would leave this ice room. But when she was bored, she would often come and exchange stares with the stone puppet. She discovered that although the stone puppet had its own sentience, no matter how she tried to communicate with it, it would not respond, instead just following her around all day silently. Little guy, when do you think Yang Kai and Su Yan will come? Xianxia sighed lightly. Once, she was proud to belong to Ice Heart Valley, but after her most recent experiences, she could not wait to leave this sect that so greatly disappointed her and almost forced her to her death. Ha! You look a bit dull, but how can you not even know how to speak? Xianxia stretched out her hand and flicked the stone puppet's forehead lightly. This flick naturally caused no harm, but the stone puppet still blinked and wore a bewildered expression on its face. Xianxia was amused by its appearance and could not help giggling. Seems like you're in a good mood. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. Xianxia's complexion changed greatly, and she instinctually began condensing her Saint Qi. But after realizing who this voice belonged to, her frightened expression turned to one of pleasant surprise. Turning around, Xianxia saw a young man standing behind her smiling brightly, his presence like a ray of warm sunlight, dispelling the cold and darkness in the ice room. The stone puppet's 2 small black eyes also burst with life as he scampered over to the young man, stretched out his thick fingers, then pointed to himself and Xianxia in turn, as if trying to express something but unable to form the words. I know you've done a good job guarding her. The young man patted the stone puppet on the head. The stone puppet's small eyes narrowed, obviously feeling quite happy. Yang Kai, Xianxia shouted as her face flushed slightly. It seemed that the scene where she was talking to herself just now was seen by him, embarrassing Xianxia a little. But soon, Xianxia adjusted her mood and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Yang Kai nodded lightly and replied, "If I wasn't, I wouldn't be here. That's good. Ah, what about Su Yan?" Xianxia's face changed as she was unable to see Su Yan's figure anywhere and could not help worrying that something bad had happened. "Su Yan is in a very safe place." Yang Kai motioned to her not to be nervous. "I'm here to take you away. Are you ready?" Xianxia took a deep breath then nodded firmly. "I'm ready. Then let's go." Yang Kai nodded before suddenly frowning slightly and glancing in a certain direction, smiling wryly a moment later. Seems I was still noticed." At that moment, a cold voice echoed in the ice room. "Since young Master Yang has taken the trouble to come, why leave so hastily? If you have time, why not come to Pure Ice Peak so we can chat?" "Supreme Elder." Xianxia's beautiful face lost all color as she exclaimed in shock, recognizing that the voice which had just sounded belonged to Ice Heart Valley's Supreme Elder, Luoli. Yang Kai cast her a reassuring look before staring into the distance, a subtle grin appearing on his face as he called out, "It would be rude for Junior to refuse Senior's kind invitation. Then this queen will await your arrival on Pure Ice Peak." Luo Li's voice sounded once more before her divine sense presence disappeared. "Let's go." Yang Kai waved to Xianxia. "Yang Kai." Xianxia's face filled with worry. "Rest assured, she has no malicious intentions." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hearing this, Xianxia relaxed and quickly followed after Yang Kai as he walked out of the ice room. Stepping outside, Xianxia couldn't help gasping slightly when she saw a dozen people standing nearby, the Valley Master, Great Elder, and other high-level figures of Ice Heart Valley among them, all of them seemingly waiting to see Yang Kai. When these women saw Yang Kai, all of their expressions couldn't help becoming solemn and respectful. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he simply nodded to them. "Young Master Yang." Bing Long quickly greeted Yang Kai, but how she did so was far more respectful than before. It was obvious that the shocking battle that day had left a huge impact on her. "Senior Bing Long." Yang Kai cupped his fists. "Please don't be so polite." Bing Long waved her hand quickly. "If young Master Yang does not mind, please address this mistress as Bing Long." A visible look of relief spread across Bing Long's face. Before she came here, she was frightened Yang Kai would not give her any face or would speak insulting words. She was prepared to endure humiliation, but Yang Kai had spoken in a relaxed and casual manner instead while not neglecting proper etiquette, making Bing Long feel as if she had been a bit overly suspicious and pessimistic. Thinking so, Bing Long was somewhat ashamed. Seeing that Yang Kai did not seem to bear hostility towards Ice Heart Valley, Bing Long felt a great weight lift from her heart. "I'll have to ask Valley Master Bing to lead the way." Yang Kai nodded. "And this way please." Bing Long stepped back and gave way. Yang Kai stepped forward. Inside the crowd, Ran Yun Ting's expression changed several times, but in the end, she couldn't hold herself back and called out, "Where's Su Yan? Is she all right?" Yang Kai stopped, turned around, and gave Ran Yun Ting a faint look. The hearts of more than a dozen elders immediately clenched tightly, and even Bing Long's expression became tense, all of them silently sending signals to Ran Yun Ting to hold her tongue. Ran Yun Ting turned a blind eye to all of this, however, and simply met Yang Kai's gaze head-on with a bitter smile. "I'm not qualified to serve as her honored master any longer, but that does not mean I am not worried about whether Su Yan is safe or now." "She's safe. You need not worry about her." Yang Kai responded lightly. "As long as she's safe." Ran Yun Ting breathed a sigh of relief. From now on, Su Yan has nothing to do with Ice Heart Valley. After Yang Kai made this declaration, he continued to walk forward. Ran Yun Ting's body trembled as the bitterness on her face became even more obvious. At the same time, the other elders present sighed and shook their heads sadly. Pure Ice Peak was the central ice peak of Pure Ice Island. It was not the tallest or most majestic ice peak, but it had the richest world energy. Supreme Elder Luo Li of Ice Heart Valley lived in seclusion here. It was rumored that there was a pond which overflowed with cold energy on Pure Ice Peak, and that anyone who cultivated an ice attribute secret art nearby would be able to cultivate far faster than normal. When the small group arrived at the base of Pure Ice Peak, Bing Long and the others came to a stop. This is Pure Ice Peak. Supreme Elder is waiting for you at the summit. Please enter, young Master Yang. Without the Supreme Elder's permission, no one could enter Pure Ice Peak. So Bing Long and the others could only remain here. Yang Kai nodded, then turned to Xianxia and said, "You wait for me here." "Okay." Xianxia nodded. Yang Kai then set foot on a set of jade-white steps as he ascended the mountain. Along the way, cold and bitter winds whipped about as an icy strength which seemed capable of freezing anything under the heavens filled the air. Yang Kai was unaffected by this as he walked forward. He even had some spare capacity to enjoy the surrounding scenery. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Kai arrived at the summit. It only took a single glance for Yang Kai to take in everything at this summit, as this place was extremely sparse. There were no grand ice palaces or pavilions present, only a small, thatched house covered in snow that seemed like it would leak wind from all sides. The Supreme Elder of Iceheart Valley, Luo Li, sat cross-legged inside this thatched hut with a small stone table in front of her. Atop this stone table was a pot of lightly steaming tea which was somehow isolated from the surrounding cold. When Yang Kai arrived, the tea seemed to have just finished steeping. Luo Li opened her eyes, looked at Yang Kai, smiled slightly, and gestured, "Young Master Yang, please sit down." Yang Kai cupped his fists. "Junior won't stand on ceremony then." Saying so, he walked over and sat down cross-legged opposite of Luo Li. Seeing him look so calm, Luo Li nodded slightly, stretched out her hand, poured some tea into a small teacup in front of Yang Kai, and said, "Have a taste of this queen's tranquil as snow tea." As she spoke, a clear and refreshing fragrance wafted towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression changed as he picked up the teacup and put it under his nose, sniffing it a few times as a slightly intoxicated look appeared on his face. Immediately after, he lifted the cup of tea up and drank it down in one gulp before chewing a small tea leaf that became stuck in his teeth. Luo Li was slightly startled and smiled lightly. Young Master Yang does not seem to have dabbled much in the art of tea ceremonies. I haven't studied it at all." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "I have been too busy running around these years, so I haven't had the time or mind to learn about such things." "That is only natural. Young hero Yang already has such a shocking cultivation at his age. So clearly he is an assiduous individual. Senior is too polite. However, though Junior does not know much about the tea ceremony, he can tell that this tranquil as snow has the effect of calming one's mood. Senior giving me this tea as soon as I arrived. Could you be worried about something?" Yang Kai smiled without really smiling. Luo Li sighed openly. Why does young Master Yang ask something he already knows the answer to? Yang Kai's expression became serious as he stated, "Junior will be direct then. Ice Heart Valley's previous attitude and practice truly angered me greatly, and for a moment I felt that it would be best to wipe it from existence." Luo Li's expression remained unchanged as she continued looking at Yang Kai, waiting for him to continue. But reflecting on it now, that was just an impulse driven by anger and completely unnecessary. Moreover, even if I really wanted to do so, Su Yan would not have agreed. When Yang Kai mentioned Su Yan, Luo Li's face flashed with sadness. Su Yan is a good child. I have taught her several times and her understanding, aptitude, and will are all outstanding. If it were not for matters occurring in such a manner, Su Yan would definitely have grown into the pillar of my Ice Heart Valley and lead it to a glorious future. Unfortunately, that will never come to pass. Yang Kai smiled coldly. This time it was my Ice Heart Valley's fault. My Luo Li's fault. Young Master Yang having the heart to forgive our transgressions even after everything that happened is more than this Luo Li can thank you for. Luo Li stood up and bowed to Yang Kai elegantly. Yang Kai frowned, but his expression soon softened. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Senior is too serious. Senior is an origin king while Junior is a mere third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Senior need not display such courtesy or respect. Luoli shook her head sternly. This queen cannot depend on her status to remain aloof. Besides, although this queen is somewhat short-sighted, she knows young hero's future must be bright. Yang Kai laughed loudly. Then I'll take advantage of Senior's auspicious words. After this laugh, Yang Kai said solemnly, since Senior is willing to speak openly and honestly, then Junior will reciprocate in kind. From now on, Su Yan and Qing you no longer have any relationship with Ice Heart Valley, and in return, I will not take what Ice Heart Valley has done in the past to heart. A trace of sadness flashed across Luo Li's face as she nodded lightly. Very well. It is my Ice Heart Valley that is not fated to receive these blessings and opportunities, so we will not try to demand them. Senior being able to think so is for the best. Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Yang Kai was happy that Luo Li did not try to make things difficult here. Although his main purpose in coming here was to take Xianxia away, he also wanted to meet with this Supreme Elder to draw a clear line between Ice Heart Valley and Su Yan. After all, Ice Heart Valley had nurtured and taught Su Yan and Xianxia for more than 30 years, using plenty of effort and resources on them, so although Yang Kai was extremely angry and disappointed with their most recent actions, something still needed to be made clear. Good. Since the personal affairs have been concluded, let's talk about proper business. Yang Kai's expression changed as he spoke to Luo Li, a sly merchant's grin appearing on his face. Luo Li was stunned for a moment before she asked, proper business? What business? Despite her sharp instincts, she was unable to keep up with Yang Kai's constantly changing rhythm. Brilliant Flame Sect and Ice Heart Valley have fought over Scarlet Wave Star for thousands of years and share an indelible blood feud. The number of Ice Heart Valley disciples who have died at the hands of Brilliant Flame Sect cultivators must be quite astonishing. Now that Brilliant Flame Sect's Supreme Elder Qi Hua has been killed by me, hasn't Senior had any ideas about taking advantage of the situation? Yang Kai looked at Luo Li with a smile and slowly stated, for example, cutting weeds and pulling out roots to avoid future troubles. Luo Li's expression changed as she looked at Yang Kai in shock. Young hero is apparently a merciless person. Humph. Those who aren't merciless can never stand firmly? Yang Kai sneered. Luo Li's beautiful eyes flashed. These words are both learned and cultured. It seems this queen has looked down on young hero. So what are Senior's intentions? This queen will speak opening then. This queen indeed had such intentions. With Qi Hua dead, Brilliant Flame Sect now is leaderless. So now is indeed the best time to settle all the grievances between our two factions. But this queen is strong in will but weak in strength. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly before gently nodding. Is Senior referring to her internal and soul injuries? Young hero's eyes are indeed sharp. Luo Li did not deny it. The internal injuries were the result of her recent cultivation dissonance, while the damage to her soul was a result of her choice to abandon Su Yan. The latter made the situation of the former worse, which was the reason why Luo Li had not taken any action. Otherwise, given all the grievances between the two factions, as early as the day Qi Hua was beheaded, Luo Li would have set out for Brilliant Flame Mountain Range to uproot Brilliant Flame Sect. Even so, with Senior's means, is there no way to take Brilliant Flame Sect? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Young hero thinks too highly of me. Luo Li laughed and shook her head. If this queen was at her peak, she would have at least a 70% chance of breaking through Brilliant Flame Sect's sect defending array, but under the current circumstances, it would be quite difficult. Although Brilliant Flame Sect does not have an Origin King to protect it now, it still has hundreds of Origin Realm cultivators, and with the help of their sect defending array, they would have a fair chance of defeating this queen. It seems I've underestimated Brilliant Flame Sect. Yang Kai stroked his shin, showing a trace of solemnity on his face. In the end, Brilliant Flame Sect had endured for more than 10,000 years, so it possessed a profound heritage. So, if I can allow Senior to restore her strength to its peak, heal her injuries, and offer my cooperation, there would be a good chance of success. Yang Kai suddenly laughed strangely. What? Luo Li was startled as she furrowed her delicate brow. You have a method to allow me to restore my peak strength? Indeed. But to heal my injuries, only an extraordinary cure will be useful. I would need a very specific type of Origin King grade pill. As she spoke, Luoli seemed to realize something and her complexion changed dramatically, calling out in alarm, "Is young hero also an Origin King grade alchemist?" Yang Kai smiled meaningfully, giving off a profound image as he nodded. "Whether or not that is the case, Senior can see for herself." "Good, I need these materials. With Ice Heart Valley's heritage, it shouldn't be difficult to take them out." Yang Kai quickly listed a number of herbs, all of them Origin King grade. Luo Li was in a daze as she took down the list of materials while staring at Yang Kai in disbelief, her tender body trembling slightly as she did. All the signs pointed to this young man being an Origin King grade alchemist. At the very least, an Origin King grade alchemist was standing behind him, otherwise, he would not have any need for such herbs. Luo Li's heart tumbled like it was being battered by great stormy waves, making it impossible for her to regain her calm for a long time. Origin King grade alchemists were extremely rare even considering the entire star field, almost to the point where they could be counted with one's fingers. Each of these grandmasters was extremely famous, and even peak third-order Origin Kings would have to act respectful and polite whenever they met them. They were the true nobility of the star field. If the young man in front of her was really an Origin King grade alchemist, then Ice Heart Valley's loss this time would be difficult to quantify. As soon as she thought about this, Luo Li felt the light in front of her eyes dim slightly and she nearly fainted. Fortunately, thanks to her profound cultivation and many years of tempering, she somehow managed to endure this shock and maintain her consciousness. These materials shouldn't be difficult to find, right? Yang Kai looked at Luo Li. The materials young hero has listed should be in the valley's storehouses. I will have someone check immediately. Very good. I will also need a seclusions room. This queen will have one prepared. Luo Li nodded immediately. All right, in 3 days, I will come here again. Senior should look forward to it. Yang Kai stood up. Young Master Yang. Luo Li also stood up and called out. Is there something else Senior wishes to say? I would like to ask, why are you trying to destroy Brilliant Flame Sect? Although Wei Feng insulted Su Yan that day, he is also dead. Brilliant Flame Sect has not truly provoked young hero, right? Young hero would also not do this simply to help my Ice Heart Valley. Who said they haven't provoked me? Yang Kai snorted. They've provoked me several times. Of course, this is not the main reason. I want to deal with Brilliant Flame Sect because I want their heavenly thunder fire. Shock filled Luo Li's face as she muttered. Young hero has a big appetite. The heavenly thunder fire is the foundation of Brilliant Flame Sect. It is also rumored to have its own sentience and possess incredible strength. The primary reason this queen has hesitated to invade Brilliant Flame Sect was precisely because of the heavenly thunder fire. And very good. Since it can cause Senior so much worry, the heavenly thunder fire must be stronger than I anticipated. I want it even more now. Yang Kai laughed happily. You? Luo Li stared at Yang Kai in amazement, thinking that he was indeed somewhat crazy. Even she was extremely concerned about the heavenly thunder fire, yet this young man showed not the slightest fear of it. It really was a mystery what he had to rely on. I hope he is not someone who does not know his own limits. Luo Li prayed secretly in her heart. After her expression fluctuated a few times, Luo Li seemed to make some kind of important decision and spoke once more. Young Master Yang, if there is a chance, could you have Su Yan come to see this queen one last time? This queen has something she wishes to tell her. Yang Kai looked at her seriously, but after a short silence, he nodded and said, Sure, I will have Su Yan come see you tonight. I'll take my leave first. Many thanks, young hero. Luo Li nodded gently. Yang Kai descended Pure Ice Peak and met up with Xianxia, who was waiting at its base. The latter released a sigh of relief when she saw him return safely. Obviously, Bing Long had received Luo Li's communication and immediately greeted Yang Kai. Young Master Yang, please follow me. Please. A short while later, Yang Kai was led to a certain isolated loft on the inner island while the herbs he had requested before were delivered to him by Bing Long herself. After being brought out from the sealed world bead, Su Yen headed to Pure Ice Peak alone. Although Yang Kai did not know why Luo Li wanted to meet Su Yen, he could tell that she had no malice towards Su Yen. He even felt that this was an opportunity for Su Yen. The strange appearance of Su Yen shocked the Ice Heart Valley elder, who had been standing guard outside the secluded room. She never saw Su Yen enter the room, but she had no doubt walked out from it. No matter how she thought about it, she could not figure out what was going on. In the meantime, Yang Kai remained in the secluded room to perform alchemy. An Origin King grade spirit pill was not something that could simply be refined at will. According to Yang Kai's understanding of the true alchemic way, if one wanted to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, they needed to infuse it with an appropriate pill spirit. Only by possessing spirituality could a refined pill be considered a spirit pill. Yang Kai used high-grade monster beast monster cores as pill spirits. A monster beast's monster core contained its spiritual essence, which possessed its own spirituality, thus satisfying the spirit pill conditions. Yang Kai naturally did not possess a 10th order monster beast monster core, nor did Ice Heart Valley, but Ice Heart Valley did not lack peak 9th peak monster beast monster cores, one of which they supplied among the other materials Yang Kai had requested. For the next 3 days, Yang Kai secluded himself. From time to time, strange sounds and energy fluctuations emerged from the secluded room, and before long, a potent medicinal fragrance filled the air. Bing Long and the other elders, who had already heard some news from Luo Li, were absolutely stunned as they stood guard outside the secluded room, their jaws unable to close. Yang Kai turned out to be an extremely skilled alchemist, and although they didn't know if he could truly refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, just the signs they could see were enough to prove his extensive knowledge in the alchemic way. But how was that possible? Yang Kai didn't seem to be very old, and his cultivation had already reached an incredible height at the 3rd order Origin returning realm, so how could he have had any spare time or energy to study alchemy, much less possess such high attainments in the field? It was only at this moment that Bing Long and the other elders realized just how terrifying an existence Yang Kai was. The looks they directed towards the secluded room gradually became ones of awe. Over time, the abnormal movement from the secluded room became more and more obvious as thousands of rays of light shone from it, and the pill aroma that filled the air became more and more intense. Simply taking a deep breath of this fragrance was enough to allow the various elders present to feel relaxed and comfortable. 3 days passed by in a flash, but no one dared open the door to this secluded room. Suddenly, Yang Kai's voice came from inside. "Senior Bing Long, please enter." Bing Long adjusted her expression and hurried forward. A short time after entering the secluded room, she walked out again, her expression filled with both excitement and anticipation. "Valley Master, what is the situation?" Great Elder Ran Yun Ting and the others looked at it with anxious eyes. All of them knew that Yang Kai had been refining a spirit pill for the Supreme Elder these days, so naturally they could not wait to know what the results were. Bing Long did not respond directly, and instead just showed them a white jade bottle she held in her palm before quickly storing it into her space ring, and then flying off to Pure Ice Peak in full haste. "He succeeded?" Ran Yun Ting muttered to herself with a pale face. The other elders stared at the disappearing figure of Bing Long before turning their eyes to Ran Yun Ting again, a few of them letting out obvious sighs, while others showed some meaning of blame in their eyes. They knew that if they were in the same position as Ran Yun Ting on that day, with Chihua and Luo Hai applying pressure on Ice Heart Valley, they would have made the same decision as her, to give up on Su Yen to save the sect. However, Yang Kai's bizarre performance and his incredible potential still made them feel a deep sense of regret. If they had desperately tried to protect Su Yen instead of abandoning her that day, how wonderful would things have been? If that were the case, they could have forged a good relationship with Yang Kai. Just how distinguished were Origin King grade alchemists? Inside the secluded room, Yang Kai closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. The Origin King grade spirit pill refining he performed this time had given him some new insights he needed time to digest. And it just so happened that Luo Li would also need some time to refine this pill and heal her wounds, so he was in no rush to exit. Once Luo Li recovered from her injuries, it would be time to attack Brilliant Flame Sect. Yang Kai wanted to destroy Brilliant Flame Sect partly because of their heavenly thunder fire. All the peak Brilliant Flame Sect masters he had encountered before had cultivated the heaven-scorching thunder-fire secret technique, which when swallowed by the Firebird artifact spirit, gave it a massive boost in strength. Another reason was naturally because they had touched his bottom line. Xianxia had several grievances with this sect even before the most recent incident, so his impression of them was quite poor. One day later, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. To continue improving in the alchemic way, practice really was a requirement. Refining a single Origin King grade spirit pill had allowed him to accumulate a lot of experience, so if he had enough materials to continue practicing regularly, Xianxia felt that his alchemy techniques would improve significantly in short order. Feeling a gaze upon him, Xianxia turned his head to the side and saw that Xianxia seemingly wanting to speak to him. "Senior Sister Xianxia, if you have something to say, don't hold back." Xianxia smiled slightly. "Do you want me to refine a certain pill for you?" "No, no, no." Xianxia waved her hands quickly, hesitated for a while, then finally spoke. "It's about Qian Hao." "Qian Hao?" Xianxia nodded. Qian Hao was one of the former elders of Ice Sect, as well as Qian Yu's brother. He had also come to Scarlet Wavestar with Xianxia and Suyen back then, but because he was male, he could not enter Ice Heart Valley. Fortunately, Ran Yunting arranged for him to enter a subordinate sect of Ice Heart Valley, and apparently, he had been doing well these past few decades. "Do you want him to leave that sect?" Xianxia immediately understood Qing Ya's intentions. Suyen and I are no longer disciples of Ice Heart Valley, so if Qian Hao were to remain in his current sect, there is a good chance he will become the target of discrimination. Also, since we have all reunited now, it makes no sense to leave Qian Hao to be on his own. He should come back and join us. A simple matter. Xianxia smiled lightly as he released his divine sense and communicated with one of the elders outside. A moment later, he smiled at Xianxia and said, "Qian Hao will come tomorrow. Then all of Ice Sect's members can be reunited." "Thank you," Xianxia said, full of emotion. Ice Sect had been one of the most powerful sects on Tongshan Realm, and although it did not have many disciples, it also did not have a very high public profile. Any master of significance knew of its existence and that it was a silent hegemon in its own domain. But now, only 4 people remained from Ice Sect. Reflecting on the past, Xianxia cherished the present even more. Su Yan had found herself a good man. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a smile of relief on her face. Ice Heart Valley's efficiency was great, and the next day, Qian Hao arrived on Pure Ice Island. After seeing Xianxia, he felt a sense of comfort, as if he had returned home, and after seeing Xianxia, he was thoroughly dumbfounded, like he had seen a ghost. Qian Hao had to rub his eyes several times before he could confirm that the Xianxia in front of him was real and not some kind of illusion. "Good. You've not met in quite some time, so you should have a lot you wish to say to one another. Relax. I will send you to a place where someone is waiting for you." Xianxia smiled lightly as he spoke to Xianxia and Qian Hao. The pair did not ask any questions and immediately relaxed their guard. Xianxia waved his hand, enveloping the pair in an invisible force that in the next moment sent Xianxia and Qian Hao into the sealed world bead. When the brother and sister met, Qian Hao and Qian Yu cried with joy. 10 days later, Xianxia suddenly received Luo Li's summon and immediately left his secluded room for Pure Ice Peak. Luo Li's voice sounded much better than before. Obviously, the Origin King grade spirit pill had played its role. Xianxia did not know why she called him to Pure Ice Peak at this time, but he could vaguely guess that it had something to do with Su Yan. Since Su Yan entered Pure Ice Peak that day, she had not returned. Xianxia was not worried because he could still sense that Su Yan was safe and sound. A short time later, Xianxia arrived at the summit of Pure Ice Peak. The scenery here was as simple as ever, with nothing of note except for the small, thatched shed. Luo Li sat cross-legged inside this small hut, her aura stable, and even her complexion somewhat rosy. Her injuries had obviously healed. "You've arrived." Luo Li motioned Xianxia to sit down and talk. Xianxia turned his head around and asked with a slight frown, "Where's Su Yan?" He did not see any trace of Su Yan here. Young Hero and Su Yan seemed to share a kind of spiritual bond. "So can't you tell where she is?" Luo Li smiled without answering. Was she testing him? Yang Kai curled his lips slightly before immediately casting his eyes towards a cold pond not far away. This cold pond was only about 5 meters in diameter and was filled with the purest of water. However, it was impossible to see to its bottom, so there was no telling how deep it was. Above the pond, there was a thin layer of white qi which seemed to be composed of the purest ice attribute energy. Yang Kai released his divine sense instinctually but quickly took it back as a look of alarm filled his face, not daring to repeat his actions. The last time he came here, he noticed this cold pond, but had not gone to observe it too closely. This time, though, under his divine sense's investigation, he was quite surprised. A kind of domain surrounded this cold pool which blocked his divine sense from penetrating it too far, and even managed to freeze some of his spiritual energy the moment he tried. Because of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was comparable in intensity to that of an ordinary origin king. What exactly was this cold pond then, and how was it so powerful? Even so, Yang Kai could clearly sense that Su Yen was somewhere deep inside this cold pond. This is my Ice Heart Valley's Heavenly Blessings frozen pond. Seeing the look of doubt on Yang Kai's face, Luoli took the initiative to explain. Together with Brilliant Flamesek's Heavenly Thunder Fire, they make up Scarlet Wave Star's 2 heavenly treasures. Those who enter the Heavenly Blessings frozen pond may receive the good fortune of heaven, assuming they can withstand its extreme cold. Oh, what kind of blessings does it bestow? Yang Kai looked towards the cold pond with curious eyes, wondering about its mysteries. For those who cultivate ice attribute secret arts, the Heavenly Blessings frozen pond is the most precious of opportunities. The reason why my Ice Heart Valley was founded in this place was precisely because of this cold pond. It can transform a cultivator's innate physique to make it more compatible with ice attribute energy. The seniors of my Ice Heart Valley have all benefited from this cold pond. Yang Kai nodded gently and calmly. Luoli continued. Additionally, every Origin King Realm Master of my Ice Heart Valley, before their predestined time of death, deposited some of their domain into this cold pond, allowing anyone who enters it to comprehend the mysteries of ice domain.